Hello, everyone, and welcome to another session of Roll for Damage, where a group of us geeky friends decided to get together and showcase our storytelling through Dungeons and Dragons for all of the interwebs. No major announcements today, other than we are out our lovely barbarian Rena, as Casper has personal things to handle this evening. Again, I will be piloting Rena as needed if the group gets into battles or needs a heavy amount of athleticism or anything that Rena sort of specializes in. That is necessary for their next adventure or whatever they end up getting themselves into. But other than that, I don't believe there is anything else to announce. So I think with that, we can jump right into tonight's session of Roll for Damage.
A door opens, adventure awaits your creation. Each person plays their part, abilities to lay the foundation, setting the stage for everything to start. Classes, they help define a role, and skill choices are what finalize the build in session 0. Integrates the character and begins a new destiny to be fulfilled. This is your moment to capture. Your fate is hinged on a bet. Release the dice and charge forward. This game is not a game, tonight you'll bet your life. The table is set. This is your moment. Take control. It's critical. The final curtain is rising. The world's forever changed. A story made for the ages. All the lost experience and friends for every table is the future laid out before you. One you will never forget. This group of friends that support you. Come on, answer the call. Don't freeze until the table is set.
All right, we are back. Let me get some audio going here. What do we want here? What do we want? All right. All right. So, last we left off, the six had finished helping the king with the shadow brand and attempted to get them to begin peace talks. They had learned more about a few artifacts that they could potentially look for and gather, and learned a little bit more about Zavren's family and what had happened between the years away that he spent from his father and brother. And Nemeron finally went to see about his guild, the Sunglades, learning that something strange was occurring there, and that the leader, Falstadt, had changed in some way and was no longer running the guild as a protective and helpful endeavor, but as something more harmful and morally detrimental, and was asked by the previous second hand to the head of the guild, Izir, a Nolish gentleman, to go and delve into the secret chambers beneath the guild's headquarters to see what exactly was going on, as he was no longer allowed there, but he could be a lookout for them and get them passage while he made sure that no one bothered them. In entering that area, they saw strange insects, strange cocoons, and some strange sticky substance that made them, as well as worms, and encountered strange creatures that they eventually found to be mutated and changed humanoids, likely having transformed within those cocoons before breaking out and becoming these strange new creatures. And finally, as they got to the end of the secret area, the hidden sort of underground of the Sunglades, they came to a room with a ritual circle and the body of Falstadt and a man also looking like Falstadt, but knowing it was something else entirely, and learned that this runic circle was a gateway to somewhere. They managed to fight this creature, prevent it from calling forth any more allies from wherever it was accessing, but not without some damage and destruction to the Sunglades tavern and building, as the creature transformed into something completely otherworldly after they had dealt enough damage to it, into this gargantuan form that was formless almost, but this large bulbous sort of mass that sucked in and almost like disintegrated some of the people who had been patrons of the tavern above, while others kind of fell in and got crushed under the debris as this creature rose out of the tavern up into the sky and beyond, out of sight, before teleporting away, which, beyond just encountering a creature like that, was also a testament to the power of a creature like that. They knew it was, they had learned it was aberrant in nature of some volition, but they also know that the barriers protecting the cities are meant to keep these kinds of creatures out, prevent them from getting in. And though this creature may have gotten in before these barriers were erected, nothing was able to pinpoint that something like this was occurring. And when it eventually floated away and disappeared, it transported itself, somehow escaping the confines of that magic as well. The group spoke with Aaron about the situation, explained that potentially this was in conjunction with one of the warnings that they had heard, and it could be tied to the one about a creature known as the worm that walks. And also had the potential thought that perhaps those warnings came from Al, now tied and connected to Tharistan. Erin assured them that she would look into everything as they had other more pressing matters to attend with their attempting to arm themselves to prepare for the final confrontations that would need to occur in order to secure the realm and prevent destruction. And the group left, processing everything that had happened and eventually finding themselves to rest for the evening after different coping mechanisms. And that is where we pick up. It is the next morning. You wake up. You all get yourselves ready. And you find yourselves down in the tavern area getting your morning breakfast and coffee or tea or whatever it is that you drink. And you all come together eventually to decide what it is you are next going to do. So, what would you like to do?
Well, I got up a little bit early and I made some donuts for us. I got 4 here. I thought we might need some on our adventure, so I give you what I got. Does anyone want a couple of these or one?
I think I'm okay. I'm not really hungry.
It goes straight to my size.
Well, Navari's muted.
I'll take yours, no problem.
So one to Nevari, one to Zavren.
Yeah, of course. It'd be rude to say no.
I'll give one to Rena and one for myself.
I don't know how you got
Thank
up so
you.
early, though. I think I could
She'll take that.
sleep for a whole freaking month after that.
Yeah, you seemed quite lethargic last time we were playing. You made some errors there, not feeling yourself.
Yeah, it goes with the territory.
Happy to have you back.
DM, I have a question. Can I just stewing in whatever happened at the Sunways HQ? Can I like jog my memory to remember what the symbols were or what glyphs were on the floor before I destroy them?
Go ahead and make a history check.
History? Okay. I don't know why I made it with advantage. I'll take the 16.
16. You remember a couple and you're able to like jot those down. Again, they don't have like language or form really.
Okay.
And you're not able to remember any of the like writing of the language that you didn't understand because that was all like gibberish to you.
That's okay.
But the glyphs were quite fairly large, so you're able to get, I would say, with a 16, like 2
Okay.
of them.
Okay, that's fine. I mean, are we heading out to Riverren, right? I don't think. I think we should probably leave the city.
I mean, at this point, it seems that we've exhausted everything that we have to do, unless somebody's really been sitting on something for a long time. We've been here for days, and I'm not aware
About
of
a
any
week
other-
now.
About a week.
It feels like longer than a week at this point.
It always feels longer than a week, doesn't it?
Yeah, fair.
But I do think Riverren is our next clearest objective.
Okay.
If nothing else, I get to at least see my mother and maybe my father if he's back. I don't. When was he supposed to be back? He was coming back in about a month, I think you said, DM.
Yeah. That was, I believe they were out on the front. You're not sure if they're back yet, or he definitely wasn't when you were staying in Riverren during that first month of helping out.
Yeah.
He hadn't come back yet, but you get the sense that they probably got held up given what happened and everything like that. So, but yeah.
So maybe my father is there. I mean, I would like to see him. But more importantly, we know an artifact is there, and I'm not assuming it will be easy, but I imagine it'd be easier than going to the Feywild or the Abyss.
I mean, I'd much prefer that over the Abyss, yes. I mean, aren't you excited you get to go home again, see your family?
Yeah, we've done a lot of that. Everyone should at least try to do that if they can.
Go hit up libraries, see if we can find books on the whatever song thing.
Oh, DM, speaking about libraries and being smart, did the goggles change appearance? Or do they look the same as they did before?
No, they did change appearance.
Okay.
Looks different to
It's
me.
very slightly.
Very slightly? Okay.
Yeah.
Very slightly,
You
I
should
would
have
say.
the. You should have the.
The original art?
Yeah, the art. Well, you should be able to see the original and the new. I believe.
Okay.
The new version. It's like they like glow a little bit more and.
They're more golden.
Yeah, I think so.
Okay.
What was the first one? Let's view it, and then I'll do the next one. So yeah.
So by the way, oh,
Yeah.
okay.
So the first one they were like less. They shined a little bit less. And then now they shine a little bit more, and you notice that the two. You also notice that there are now two pieces that like have like grown out of the top of them that have like two sort of crescents on them, and they
Okay.
look like they're like starting to come together.
Okay. By the way, so you know how these goggles, they're from Ayun, the mother of mages, you know. I think I finally learned how to use them properly. She was talking to me down by the circle. So, I guess I'm a little bit smarter now. Just probably not wiser, but a little bit smarter at least.
So you actually talked to the Mother of Mages?
More like I listened. I couldn't really talk to her. That's how she was the one who told me to destroy the runes on the floor. And the more I did, the more these changed. I'm still new to this whole faith thing. I don't know how it works. I just slash things, but also believe in the divine. So it's a work in progress.
They definitely came in handy. I'm glad that you thought about taking down those runes. We probably would have had a bigger fight on our hands had it not gotten away.
I'm just worried what's going to happen when we leave.
Hopefully we'll come back stronger.
Hopefully. I'll probably just check in with the Z every once in a while, make sure that he's still alive, and that Dovin hasn't offed him since, you know. I have a feeling Dovin's involved, but I don't want to be near the HQ right now.
I mean, I think we've done as much as we can for them. At the end of the day, we can't be everywhere at once.
True. Yeah,
I mean,
no, you're
we'll
right.
probably have to deal with
The worm who walks later on.
Yeah, and I mean, it's really a lot when you think about it all at once, isn't it?
Yeah, it's.
I mean, we barely beat that one, and I don't even think we really beat it. I think we more just got annoyed with us and left.
Just like the devil with the Shadowbrand. He took me down. I'm still looking for a fight with him. I'm holding a grudge against that one.
Right, he took you down, yes.
Okay.
Did anyone get its name?
I don't think a villain introduces himself and he did a monologue. So I don't think he would have introduced himself. I don't think.
I was hoping he would give away his plan.
Well, I asked him what he wanted. No, I said that he wanted to consume, destroy.
Maybe he's one of the generals. I mean.
Oh yeah, is there a poem for him?
My worry.
Is there a poem for the devil? I haven't looked at the poem.
For the devil that you met?
Yeah.
I don't think so. No.
You don't think so? Okay.
I mean, the only one that kind of works. If I can find it here.
We can make one.
Would manifest their own destiny.
Well, there's the Returner.
But you know the devil was actually a devil, and if the devil was
fiend.
working for Tharizdun, Asmodeus probably wouldn't just be like, yeah, it's all good. So given that,
there's a difference between devils and fiends. Okay.
Yeah, devils are fiends, but they're a type of fiend.
Okay.
And so like Yugoloths are a type of fiend. Tenari or demons are a type of fiend, and then there's Batorians and Betezu, which are devils and a different type of fiend. So there are Oberiths, which you have learned a little bit about, but not a ton.
Okay.
So these are all types of fiends, but the ones that are kind of part of the schematic of the Nine Hells are devils, and you know that specifically was a devil, which means it is under purview of Asmodeus' reign and the other archdevils, who are not in league with Tharizdun and his generals.
Okay.
So likely none of those poems are about this devil.
Okay.
Just doing devil things.
Is there libraries in Riverren? Is there like halls of learning?
Yep, there is a library. Yep.
There's a library.
Recall, we were trying to see someone in Riverren known by Alexander. I think was the person we were looking for.
You've met him.
Oh, we've met him.
He's the leader of the entire nation.
Oh.
Of course, I was hit on the head quite hard in the last fight. I don't quite recall. Yes.
Alexander Targar.
He's the one who basically told me I have to, prove myself before I've completely earned my pardon.
Is this the one you're betrothed to?
No.
That's no. Part? No? Is that someone else?
Cade is the one, and we're not betrothed. What makes us betrothed?
Alcohol. I'm sorry.
There's the triumvirate, which is the strength, which is Cade, Gorsham.
Ileana's one of them.
Ileana, the wits.
And then.
And then sort of the mind, the knowledge is Alexander Targar.
Okay.
And they kind of make up the entire council, but he kind of leads.
He's a head honcho of all of it.
He is the one that used his skill and influence and will and charisma to gather the forces that were needed to overthrow the previous government.
Okay.
Well, I think we should get a move on and see if we can talk to Alexander. Does anybody have any other thing we need to do here? Or can we head over soon?
Well, I mean, the only other thing I was thinking we might want to do is, figure out where we would need to go next. I mean, we have a good idea of Riverren, we don't really have a good idea. It's just under Riverren.
Show up under Riverren.
It's just...
First step is getting there.
There's a lot of under. There's a lot of under Riverren. We still went to the tomb in this reality, right?
Did. Yeah. Yep. You still had the whole confrontation with Frayne, just a little different connotation that you didn't know what his purpose was. And you also had to do the jaunt in the sewers as well to learn about what was happening with.
Where we saw that dude explode.
So there's the sewers, there's the tomb. I mean, there's a lot of things under Riverren. But more importantly, after that, we have the fort for you, Zavren, that we need to go to and at least check out.
Okay.
We might want to check out Emberhold as well while we're there, just to make sure that everything's hunky-dory with the ice, the permafrost, whatever the heck that is, since we think that's one of the generals, or where one of the generals is.
Okay.
The shield is up there as well.
So they're all pretty
right.
If you
they're all pretty far away.
They're pretty far apart. So like the fort is like on the very west of the Spine Tooth Mountains. Like if you look on the map and you see like Light Arch, like the fort is just like up like over here.
wow.
So
Okay.
like just like
That's cross
just-
country, literally.
Yeah, so it's like over. I told
Yeah,
you
go
it's on the
there for a
border
while.
of Isgraven
Damn,
and
we're
the
actually
Trail kind
close
of
to it
area.
right now, probably.
Actually, it's probably closer like here. And then Emberhold is over here, and then Verdun Ambolt is over here,
Over an anvil. So,
So-
okay.
which is where Moradin and that's where the dwarves are, and that's where
His shield is.
Up of
yeah,
the
you were
Anvil
told it's
creation.
somewhere around there, underneath Verdun Ambolt or within the caverns where Verdun Ambolt is.
So we're going to definitely need to make a trip to the fort then.
Yeah, and the thing that worries me about that is that it's a ticking time bomb practically. I mean, your dad's affected, Zavren, and
I mean, we don't.
Zavren did. I will say this: Zavren did. You remembered feeling the static in your head over by Emberhold as well.
oh, okay, but I don't know that.
So, I mean, I think at this point, where was Renna's people? They were in the
They're down.
mountains to the south.
They're right here. They're right.
They're
over
the Great
here.
Divide.
They're like right outside of Riverren, right?
Yeah. Well, not
Okay.
right outside. They're a few hours
Well,
away. But
Yeah,
yes.
a day trip essentially.
Yeah. Probably like if you think about like what it took you to get to the caverns where where the Shadowbrand were hidden, kind of thing, similar
Mhm.
to get to where Renna's
The Arvishani are.
So then I think our plan is once we're done in Riverren proper, maybe go down south for Renna since it's not that far.
And then head up to Emberhold or head over to Fort Knox.
Well, head up to Emberhold, I think, because Avron, you said you were getting the Tinkleys around there, so maybe there's something around there as well. And then whatever we find at Emberhold, we take care of. And then we head over to Erden Ambolt, because that's probably the closest we're going to be to it. So no time like the present, I guess, right?
And then we'll burn the bridge on getting to the Fort Knox when we have to get there. We'll burn that bridge when we get to it.
Essentially, yeah. I mean, it's the farthest place. Like, once we're there, we're better off just teleporting away.
Okay, that's fair.
So we may as well finish up all the business on what's this continent called?
One thing at a time. I mean,
Garacrest?
who knows what will happen next?
Aircrest.
Sorry.
Once we're done with everything on this continent, I think that's when we go to Fort Knox, and then we leave, because I have how many do I have? And Oriana quickly checks her pouch. Oh, I have 7.
Yeah.
Oh, I thought I had less. Oh no, I started with less and then I earned more.
7?
Yeah.
Oh, the chalks.
So I mean, that's one trop to get us to Riverren. I doubt we're going to get more while we're there, because that's where I got my last batch.
Okay.
Renner's Place, Emberhold, Verdun Ambort, Fort Knox, and then at that point, I guess we go back to Avonhurst.
We'll see how
Okay.
long that plan lasts.
Yeah.
Well, I mean, the
That's fair.
good news, I mean, if we find out what we need to find out about Fort Knox before going to Fort Knox, obviously we don't need to go there, but
I will just say this: Riverren to Emberhold. You remember, travel was 3 days.
Oh.
You
Darkness.
don't know Emberhold
Not
to
in
Verdun
darkness.
Ambolt, just because it's going like through mountains and through Isgravian territory, and you've never been that way. And then going back from Verdun Ambolt toward Fort Knox is probably like 2 weeks.
Oh. Okay.
So
It's-
just giving you like the heads up of like the travel that you have to do by foot, because you don't have
Yeah.
easy ways to teleport in those places.
Do we? Who went to Zavren's? Who went with you? It was just Artemis, right?
Hmm?
Was it Artie?
Yeah, we checked on his health and I wasn't able to help him. I think it's beyond my healing abilities.
Okay. Did you? I'm just thinking here. Did your dad keep anything from Fort Knox, like a rock or like a brick or something? I don't know what Fort Knox is made of, but like a little souvenir, jar of dirt maybe.
He had his journals, and we poured through them pretty carefully.
And not really.
not to
Whatever it
mention Oh, sorry. Go ahead, Sam.
Whatever it is, I don't believe it would be hiding inside Fort Knox. It's most likely outside, but I'm just not sure how it affected them inside the fort. Maybe they took strolls in the mountains. I'm not sure. They didn't write that in their journal.
Okay, that's fair.
If you're thinking about teleporting, I don't know a circle there.
Oh,
I mean, Zavren, if you know a
you
circle
need to know.
there.
Oh, okay.
Well, in order to teleport, even if you have an item from, you need to have gone there once for it to be familiar
The-
to you.
But the item makes it easier, right?
Oh.
Or no?
Yeah, but you have
Is that
to
how that
like
works?
you have to have already been there, got the item,
Oh,
and kept
okay.
the item. You can't just be like, I got someone gave me a rock from Australia, therefore I know all about Australia and I know exactly how to like teleport
Yeah.
there.
Okay, that's fair.
It's more like I've been there and I grabbed
I know-
something from that area, and so now to go back there, I can envision the places that I've already been, and because
Okay.
I've got an object that anchors to that location, I will
Okay.
get there safely. So
Okay.
that's what it means. It's not like, oh, just because like someone has a sword from some tomb in the bottom of X place in the wildlands,
Okay.
it doesn't mean that you just instantly teleport there because you've never
So-
seen it.
Never knows that. I do not. I as
Yeah,
Baker don't know.
That's what I'm just giving
Okay.
you that. So you have to kind of like already have been to the place and grabbed something significant from that place before
Okay.
you can go back there like surely.
Okay, I was thinking it's like a tuning fork. Okay, never mind. Sorry.
Oriana, do you have enough information about where we go next? Or can we head to Riverren now?
Yes, we could go to Riverren right now. There's a teleportation server actually in my family's house.
Oh,
Wonderful.
Oh, I should probably tell
I forgot
Mama.
your nobility.
Forget.
Okay.
Just kind of.
I was gonna go pay my dues, but at the guild, but there's not really a guild anymore. So I guess it's a savings in the right light.
So,
Okay.
are we ready, son?
Oh, I've been ready for a while.
Yeah, I'm good. I'm okay.
You might want to go outside of the city.
To do this?
I mean, you could do it in your room if you want.
Room. Yeah, we could do it in the room. Yeah, we'll do it in the room. We're all paid off, yeah?
I overpaid. I paid in advance, so.
Sons,
Oh, nice of you.
all our
Wait,
debts.
You could just like leave the keys behind.
I was gonna. Okay.
Do we leave
I'll
our
leave,
linens
I'll leave a tip in each
Oh.
room.
Vari, are you taking the pillows again?
They're not good quality this time.
I think she gives you kind of like a a big grin and says, "Not this time."
Their bulging stomach?
It's my new armor, guys.
Yeah.
Studded leather. Or
Pillowed
padded
armor.
leather, sorry.
Leather
Travel
would be-
light, I think.
I will, however, before we leave, run to the bar, get a nail, and come back.
Okay. Easy enough to do.
I know it's early in the morning. I'm sorry. I'm just.
No, it's
No.
easy enough to do. You can get like a morning ale. No problem.
I'm sure people do that, but
Oh yeah.
I've never done it. So.
While he's doing
Hair
that,
of the
I will
dog.
start-
Is that what it's called?
Mhm.
Never heard that phrase in my life.
You have a hangover.
Hair of
They
the
a
dog.
hangover. They tell you just to drink more, but that just
Yeah.
gets
Oh,
you drunk
okay.
again and doesn't really make just the alcohol numbs. Anyway, it's not the right way. It's not the right way to do things.
The
just delays the problem. It doesn't solve it.
the
Fair.
full phrase is that the cure is a bit of the hair of the dog that bit you,
Yeah.
but you short it to hair of the
Hair of
dog.
Oh. Okay.
While he's getting that, I'll go ahead and like start drawing the circle. With
In the room. Okay.
Yep.
Can I
No
come back?
problem. Yeah, you come back. You chug your drink.
Mhm.
You leave the keys on the desk and.
Cheers.
Oh,
Get
before I
the-
finish, I cast sending to my mother.
Okay.
Mama, we're going to be arriving shortly, in the next couple of minutes. See you soon.
Takes a moment. This is unexpected. Of course you're welcome. Please come. And I will see you soon. It will be good to see you.
Right, and I will just double check my spell count here. That's 1 sending and 1 teleportation circle, so 1/3, 1/5. Okay,
All right,
I will
you
cast
finish.
teleportation circle.
All right, you cast teleportation circle, and all of you step through, and you are in
Riverren.
your chamber in your home, where you originally saw the circle that your mom showed you when you first visited and reconnected with your family. You step out into the hallway, and you are within one of the back hallways of your home, and you see a couple of the house employees sort of like moving around doing various tasks and things like that, but you are not bothered as you step back around and into the foyer of your home, where you see your mother at the top of the steps. She says, Oriana, this is unexpected. Hello, all. Welcome again. I was not prepared, but of course you're welcome here anytime. Is there anything I can do for you, or are you good on your own? You're just here to visit for some other purpose.
Well, we're actually looking for something under the city. It's
This
our
is not
directions.
my area.
No, I didn't mean to suggest it was, but I was curious. Is father back?
Oh, yes, he is back. He came back home safely, but he is busy. As you know, defense is of the utmost priority for most nations these days, and he has been pulled into many meetings, often working with the various troops to, I assume, make sure that they are all properly stationed where they need to be, and working with the rest of the other high generals and the triumvirate itself, I would think, to make sure our populace is safe, as well as helping those who still need to get to the city or somewhere safely. I assume he will be back this evening, when I have to go to perform.
No. I don't think. I think that's all for now, Mother.
Okay.
Yeah, sorry for coming empty-handed. We didn't bring any gifts when we. Sorry.
You do not need
It's
to bring
rude.
anything. I know
got the
how
donuts
busy.
for you. If you'd like a donut, I have one for you here.
Appreciates the thought.
They're really good.
I believe that they are, but I have to take care of myself, and given I have a performance tonight, when I eat
that's fair.
Sweets and things with sugar, sometimes it affects how
Your
I
vocal cords.
perform. Yes, exactly. So
That's fair.
I appreciate it. I believe that they are delicious, but I will have to pass. But if you need anything else, Oriana, you know, you can speak with the staff, and I wish you all luck in your endeavors. You are all welcome here at any time. Best of luck.
Thank you.
Mother.
She'll turn and head off into the observatory to practice.
Do you think we can see your mom perform, Oriana? Have we seen her perform before?
Yeah.
Okay.
You don't think she would know where the strings of destiny are? And I'll use prestidigitation to make little like music notes flutter in the air.
I mean, she's always been more of a piano lady. And, well, vocals, of course, but,
Yeah, don't dig on your mom's beautiful soprano.
I would never. She's one of the reasons I've loved music my whole life. I was never as good of a singer as her, but
Well, I mean, you were pretty
Yeah.
great last time.
I could violin her under the
Yeah, you
table.
did great last time, actually. No?
Well then,
Okay.
where do we start?
Your
Well,
favorite place?
The Strings of Destiny, is that Asmodeus' artifact? Or did he tell you where it was?
Avandra's.
Is Vondra's,
Avandras. Okay.
Well, there's a few ideas I have.
Also, what is it? Do we know what it is at all?
No.
No? Okay.
An instrument,
The G string
presumably,
of
but-
destiny. Just
Perfect for Sunshield City.
good for getting a tan.
Oh my god.
No, you
I'm
don't
not
know
gonna
it.
say that. I'm not gonna say that, sorry.
It could be like whip too, like with a bunch of
Could be,
strands on it.
yeah.
Don't take this from me, please. I'm already like looking longingly at celestial dominance.
I mean, your sticky hands can only stick onto so much. Maybe
How
let
dare
know.
you? How dare you?
I'm just saying. Only two fistfuls, that's it.
But
Artemis is gonna start walking towards Alexander's location.
Okay.
I
so
thought we were
you
walking and talking.
Are getting so you're leaving the house, and you're trying to head towards Dragonstone Citadel.
Okay.
Okay.
Yep.
Should we
Sure.
Okay.
but,
split our
um,
efforts?
All right.
Oh,
so
wait
you,
up,
I'll
Artie.
go after Artemis, and we'll walk and talk.
Mhm.
So I have two ideas. Artemis is already heading to one of them, which is the Triumvirate. If
Okay.
anyone knows anything about the history of the city, it would be its leaders, I would assume. The other option, last time we were here, if I remember correctly, we had to find a associate of Lex's, and we helped him out of a rather particular bind.
Did-
Trying to remember his name. I assume that still happened, DM. You don't need to tell me
it
the name
did,
right now.
but you remember him getting the heck out of Dodge
Oh.
But
because
we
people were coming after him and almost killed him. You're not.
Did-
He may have stayed. But you're not 100% sure. You remember, like, while that was all going on and you were investigating, he was being actively sought.
Hunted down.
thought we
And then
cleared
your
his
group,
name.
entered his hideout, found him, and like scorched him out of it. So he had no safe place to go and had to find either had to run or find another safe hiding spot. So you're not even
I
sure.
thought we cleared his name, but maybe we didn't.
Well, you may have, but the thing is that took you a couple of days. And in those couple of days, someone's not just going to hope and pray for some randoms that showed
Right.
up to get his name cleared from being a child murderer, if you remember.
Arda,
And-
that's his name.
Yeah.
No. Oh.
He was being framed for it, and you learned that he was being framed for it.
Okay.
But it made him unwanted literally anywhere. And he had a lot of eyes on him. So all I'm saying is, and then the one hideout that he did kind of keep to
We
himself.
torched.
You kind of assumed that he was a bad person and sort of forced your way in.
Oh no.
And because you did, he kind of lost his secret place.
Oh.
And so after he spoke with you and kind of explained the situation, you took that information to go and complete the rest of sort of what you were looking into. but he kind of had to say, like, I wish you luck. I have to think of myself.
And he pieced out.
Yeah.
Okay.
And so you're not 100% sure where he might have gone, but I will tell you this, you're intelligent enough to know he wouldn't go back to the scene of the crime, so to speak.
That's
Yeah.
fair. I mean, I can go to the library and do some reading. I can read now, apparently. Hopefully these goggles are. Hopefully they do me good, or do us good in all of this.
I look so excited, Nevari, to go to a library.
You don't have to go. Like I don't mind going by myself. You know.
I mean, I would love to go with you to that library. Honestly, I would. Like, nothing would be more pleasing to me.
You know, I would say
But I should probably be going
to talk to your predecessor.
What?
Isn't he the leader? You might know. Never mind.
Does that make him my
Moving on.
predecessor? You know such big words now, but I
Yeah.
don't think you know it. I don't think it means what
No,
you think it
they feel strange in my mouth, and I don't know. Sorry. Just anyways, I can read now. I'll go read. And I'll start working awkwardly towards the library, wherever the library is.
Okay. Yeah, you would know where it is because you've been
Okay.
here before.
Okay.
Where is Nemeron the only one going to the library? Are the rest of you going to Dragonstone?
I'll let you guys know if anything happens.
I'll go to the library.
Okay.
Zav will go.
Zavren goes with Nemeron. I think I'll just have Rena go with you guys to the library.
Okay. She can poke more books. She
She'll
should
just
disintegrate.
practice her drums.
Unless Nevari wants to check out the underworld. The underworld, I mean, what, black market, whatever they have.
Oh yeah, no.
The underground.
I don't know what's here.
You give me my second home in every town, sure.
So what, Nevari, you're going to try and look into the underbelly of the city?
That sounds productive. Yes.
All right, and then Artemis and Oriana are walking towards Dragonstone. Okay, so you all kind of split off in your various directions. We'll start with Oriana and Artemis. You get within Dragonstone Citadel area, and you see the many different guards and more militaristically dressed individuals in the area, and many of the like gated buildings and protected and guarded areas, and you see the large sort of citadel in front of you, with the rise to eminence, the large stairway that is heavily guarded by large sort of black armored individuals, faces completely covered with helms, holding heavy weaponry, and standing in front of and up the stairway as it heads up towards the throne room that you've been in before the audience chamber.
Oriana, do you want to do the talking, or should I introduce us and see if we can meet with Alexander?
Well, remind me again, why are we trying to meet with him?
Well, I thought he would have knowledge about the strings of destiny.
Oh, that's why. Oh, sorry, I thought you may have had your own reason.
No.
I mean, he might.
From what I recall, last DM, you had told us to speak with Alexander in Riverren.
I remember someone telling you, but I can't. Which one of you did I talk to and tell you? Oh, it was Oriana, but it was about something completely different. And
Yeah, I
I'm
was
not going
about
to
to
tell
say.
you what.
Yeah.
You're welcome to try to talk. This is, again, the leader. This is like you trying to get an audience with the President of the United States of America. So
Not gonna talk.
that's who you're trying.
Hey.
That's who you're trying to talk to right now. So you're in front of the White House, in front of the gates, and the guards are standing there.
Well, I was misinformed. I thought that we had some inn, had spoke with
He
this person
may
before.
he may
and-
have information about the strings of destiny. You don't know that. Like he could. But what I'm saying is this is who he is and this is his importance. So you'll have to figure out how you're going to message this or how you're going to find a way to get access to him.
I'll ask one of the guards, or is there a like outpost? Is there someone who like may be able to be the commander of the front?
I mean, you
area?
see like guards like standing in front. You could talk to any, like none of them stands out as like more important than the other that you can see right now. Like they're all kind of like standing there just like guarding the front of this entrance and stairway all the way up, and it is a very long stairway, and you can see like every 20 feet or so there are 2 more guards posted like all the way up, maybe like 100-foot staircase going up. So it is very heavily guarded, but at the bottom there's about 4 guards just standing like side by side, kind of like holding the line.
Artemis recalls that this may not be the correct entrance to the location, and perhaps this isn't the best way to go.
But they're like not actively being
Yeah, they're not hostile
or anything like that.
Yeah.
Like, and if you talked to them, you wouldn't get an actively, like, you don't think you'd get an actively hostile response. But you're just not sure how you would ask for audience in this way. The last time you got in here was because Oriana was arrested and you were all dragged there by the guards, and you were kind of freaked out because you didn't know why you were being pulled in there, which is when you were told about Oriana's whole past. Then she got carted away to the prisons underneath the Citadel, and you had Lex and Fulton help you get Cade's attention so that you could petition for a way to get her released under your sort of care and confidence that she wouldn't try to, basically you bailed her out and she had to like have the promise of she wouldn't leave the city. And then you worked on helping Cade learn about what nefarious deeds were happening because he thought someone in the Triumvirate was being untrustworthy, which you
Okay. I'm gonna turn to Oriana and say, well, I assumed there'd be a different route to get some attention here. I kind of think we'd be more valuable helping at the library and searching that way. Or if you have someone else or another idea, this is all I got, and I don't think it's where we should go.
I mean, I could message Cade and see if he is available for a meeting, and we could talk to him. That is probably easier than trying to meet with Alexander.
Yeah, does Cade have one of the communicators that we got?
No, I would have to just use my pin.
Your sending spell. Okay, I gotcha.
Hello, Cade. We're back in Riverren for a while. I was wondering if we could meet very briefly for business.
After a moment, you hear, Oriana, it is a pleasure to hear from you again. I am quite busy, as you know, since the last time you were in the city. But if you require some of my time, I am happy to make it tonight. After dinner.
Okay, so we've got a business meeting after dinner. Didn't say where.
You assume his estate.
Probably at his place, I'm guessing, because he would say it was at my mother's place if it was there. So yeah, that could probably be the whole group taking care of that. I mean, the only other thing I can think of it would be my last sending level. I'd have to upcast if I need to do it again, but I could try to reach out to Bardock. Just see if he knows any general places underground where an artifact might be. I
Well,
mean,
we are trying to gather some information here, or we could hold on to that idea and meet up with the group at their library and see if they could help us. If they come up with nothing, then we could use the spell and go from
I mean,
there.
I mean, on the one hand, I agree. Like the library would probably be the best place to look, but on the other hand, I feel like an artifact, like the knowledge and location of an artifact, might not just be in a library for anyone to access. I mean, maybe like the history of the artifact. Might be able to learn what it is, what kind of instrument at least. But I mean, I don't have a better idea. Let's go to the library.
Yeah, I mean, you saw how great my idea was. I'm not the brightest either, so should we just try to see
Well,
some ideas?
to be fair, I would have just called Cade if we were going for the same purpose. You seem to have your own purpose, which is why I was confused. But yeah, no, I mean, I don't know why I'm trying to argue out of going to the library. That is like my favorite place in the world.
Well, let's go. Let's go see what they're doing.
All right. So you guys head off to the library.
Yep.
Zavren, Nemeron, you get to the library.
Okay.
It is a very large building. You've been here once before. It is pretty expansive. Not quite as big as the one in Zuma.
Okay.
And I don't believe either of you were in the one in Sunshield City, so you were not really able to compare it to that one. But Zuma's was
Huge. Okay.
But this one is still fairly extensive. Has 3 floors, and many multitudes of books. Has like an initial front desk, and then you see various like attendants and helpers with a bunch of various different patrons, either sitting at tables reading, perusing the stacks. But what are you looking for?
I was thinking I could ask whoever the attendant at the front desk is if they can point me to like the not mythology. What's the word? Like theology, I guess, like gods, myths about the gods, and just stories about them in general.
So you find an attendant, and they look at you and they say, "I'm sorry, you want information about the gods?"
I mean, or just stories in general about them, or whatever you have as far as divinity
There's
goes.
plenty of stories. Please, I can take you to that section, and you can determine what exactly you wish to look for.
Thank you.
We've heard like really cool stories about like their armor and like these cool things that they would use. So we're looking.
Artifacts.
Yes, those things.
Yeah.
There are many books that have information about the artifacts of old. Many of them have been locked away, I believe, during the Arkham Blight. So it's not necessarily open for public consumption.
Oh, that's fair.
But also many were lost, and who knows where they are. But yes, there are books that you can find will tell you about some of these artifacts and about what they were constructed for, and a little bit maybe about what they do, and where they were perhaps last seen.
Okay.
Anything more strict about sort of the power or
Oh no, I'm
the
not
capabilities is more restricted, so you would have to get
clearance for that.
yes. But please let me take you over there.
Thank you.
Heads over to an area in the stacks and just says, this whole area is about the gods. These books here in this row will talk about some of the artifacts, and there are plenty of books about the gods in general, their domains, where they reside, the various outer planes that they are part of, things like that. So please feel free to peruse, and if there's anything you would like to borrow out from the library, go to the front desk and request to take the books out.
Okay, thank you so much.
Of course.
As,
And I looked to Zavren. I've never been in a library. I don't know what I'm doing. Just
me neither, but it will do fine. As we were walking, Zavrin, as soon as she mentioned it's like locked away in an area, he would start scanning for like a locked door or some part of the library that is clearly like off
Go ahead and
limits
make
to the
a
rest.
perception check.
can I guide him or no?
I mean, I'm not telling you.
You didn't
Okay,
do
that's
it.
fair. That's fair. That's fair.
You
Okay.
wouldn't know to guide.
No.
Oh no. No!
You look around and there's just a lot of books, a lot of desks, a lot of chairs, a lot of
Stupid
people.
books.
And
Oh,
it
no.
it just looks like floor to ceiling books
I
everywhere.
hate books. Why
And
should we go to the
stacks.
library?
I told you I could have come by myself. You chose this for yourself.
Well,
But,
I think we can find something useful.
so, what specifically are you looking for?
I specifically want to like hear about heroes or champions of Avandra in the past.
Okay.
Who they were, what they used, if anything like that, if any information about them exists, and things like that.
Okay, so you're specifically looking into Avandra's.
Avandra's champions, yeah.
Okay. So go ahead and make an investigation check for me, please. And Zavern, are you looking for anything specific, or are you just helping Nemeron?
Strings of Destiny, since it's. I guess Avandra would cover that, but a little bit about all the artifacts, and if Nemeron's kind of focused on Avandra, I'll just see if I can find anything about any of the artifacts, kind of what they do, so we can
Okay,
guide.
is there a
guide our future
specific?
ones.
Is there like specific
Excuse me.
ones you want to look for
Ooh.
initially?
I know we're interested in Valor. Is the next closest one to us? So I'll look up Valor.
Warden?
But not like where it is, because we kind of know where it is, but just more like any stories, like, and he brought up his mighty shield that
Yeah.
defected. And it
Okay,
kind of
so
is
go
like,
ahead and make
Picture book?
both of you make investigation checks.
DMD, sorry. DM, can I just say that beforehand? Can I cast, since I knew we were going to be investigating, can I cast borrowed knowledge?
What is that one again? You get
It gives
advantage.
me proficiency in a skill I choose.
Oh yeah, sure.
I'm gonna give myself
I'm-
proficiency in investigation.
I mean, you could cast it on yourself like right then and there, anyways.
Oh, okay.
I put it in the chat for
Do you have a
Thank you.
book worth at least 25 gold?
Do I? Oh, that's fair. Oh no. Where is my inventory? I'm just gonna go ahead and say no. So let's not.
I mean, there's
So,
plenty
yeah,
of books
you
around
can't-
you that are probably worth money.
Yeah, but they're not yours. And you're
Okay,
not
that's
sure
fine.
which you're worth. So what I would say is yes, you can when you decide to put in the
Buy a
effort
book.
to actually purchase a book that is worth 25 gold.
That's fair. Okay.
That is useful to you. I would say you likely probably don't have one because.
I never needed a
books.
book before. Okay.
But yeah.
I mean, I have a book that's worth 25 gold, but you can't have it.
I'm good. That's yours. So, okay. Yeah, I'll just look for.
That's also not a. That's
Right.
not the right type of book, anyways. You couldn't use the artifact. But anyway,
You also can't, unfortunately, use Oriana in her books because all her books were like dollar
yours.
store shelf.
Oh.
That's fair.
or
They were all
journals
really
that she's
cheap,
bought
and journals.
that she's like,
Sorry.
written in. Anyway, okay. So go ahead and make your investigation checks, please.
Okay, and also my intelligence score hasn't changed. I don't know how to change it on the thing. So.
Oh, you
No.
hang on. I'll do it for you.
Okay, sorry.
Let me.
Can I just roll and add one?
It's
or-
not gonna be. It's not gonna be. Is it gonna be one? Yeah, it is gonna be one. But hang on. Let me
Yeah.
just. I'll just
Oh,
update
okay.
it right now. It'll take me 2 seconds.
Sorry.
No, that's my bad. Bad. Should be right
I'm finally smart, guys. Let's do
here.
this.
Finally, you did it.
Okay.
Should be done now.
Thank you. Okay, I'm gonna roll with advantage because I have the goggles on. So.
All right.
Where is it?
All
25.
right. 25.
Yay.
All right. Zavren, you're trying to look through books. It's gonna take you a while to find what you're looking for. Nemron, you quickly pick out a book on Avandra.
Okay.
And more specifically, champions of Avandra and their purposes. And you learned that many of her champions fight for the freedom and the protection of others, whether it be like freedom of choice, freedom of self, freedom to make mistakes, that kind of thing. And also, many of her champions also just believe in the winds of change, and that people can change, and that no one is judged off of their first sort of perception. And so you learn that like many of the people who have sort of taken up the mantle of Avandra and become a stalwart champion of hers have been involved in sort of like uprisings for those who have been oppressed, or the opportunity for those who haven't been given a chance to try something that many have believed was like useless or was not going to amount to anything, and have like kind of bolstered those individuals and kind of like helped them along in their path. And you also learn that during the Arkham Blight, her champions fought to give those who initially were like those who initially had sort of gathered some of the artifacts the opportunity to find use for them and see if they were simply power hungry and wished to use artifacts to oppress others and then would fight against them, or protect them and allow them the ability to wield them as necessary. You don't learn of specific names. You do learn of an elven woman, not specifically named, but given a description of like reddish hair, sort of a lithe figure, often wearing sort of like traveler's clothes and constantly on the road, but good with a blade, and able to find solace for those who are in need of it. You also learn about a man of human descent, brown hair, sort of rugged appearance, what talked about as like an older gentleman, stalwart and like a warrior, that worked to free many peoples from sort of rigid regimes, and help them find a place to sort of call their own. And then the third you learn about is a traveling entertainer that used their voice to gather the many masses, to take them to a place of safety and peace, and almost created like a promised land for them. But there is never a distinction of like where that was set out to be.
Is there a distinction in time period, like when these people were alive or existed?
You get this. So the human was before the Arkham Blight. The
that's a lot.
The elf during, and the entertainer, you get the sense like that, or from what you read, that was like
After.
over 1,000 years ago.
Oh my god. Okay. Years ago. Okay.
Then you learned that Avandra has 3 known artifacts that have been seen before.
Okay.
Tradewind, a quarterstaff, kind of looking like a billy club, but that can kind of like extend.
Okay.
Meant for someone who's quick on their feet and able to move silently and take down opponents swiftly.
Okay.
The strings of destiny. Strings applied to an instrument of some sort that seem to bolster the abilities of a performer. And Aquaphor, a set of studded leather armor that is protective of its wearer and gives them endurance in battle.
And
should
I
go
would
for
know
that.
that. Yeah, I would know that Aquaphor, Nevari has Aquaphor, right?
Mhm.
Okay. Okay. Cool. Maybe?
No, I'm just trying to think. Would you actually? So you see like brief sort of sketches of these things. The strings are hard to tell because they're like generally on an instrument. So like the sketch is just like of like
A violin.
a lute.
Okay.
And you just like see like strings on it, and they don't really speak to you. But but Aquaphor, you see, it's not a like one-to-one depiction of what Nevari is wearing. Like there are some differences, but you get the gist of it. Like there you do see like the seashell and the coral and things like that on it. And Tradewind, you see a picture of it. And go ahead and make a history check for me.
Oh no. Okay. I'm good at those. You got this. History. Where? Oh. Natural one. God damn it.
So
I'm not a trillion. I don't know.
Yeah, you're not like, something seems familiar about it, but you're not 100% sure, and then you're just like, I mean,
Oh my god.
I don't really care about it anyways because it's like
It's not for me.
Yeah, who's gonna use a quarter? Who's gonna use a quarter staff? Like I don't know, like whatever.
Oh, that sucks. That's fine.
But that's what you get,
Okay.
based on your initial sort of perusal of this.
Okay.
And Zavren, you eventually find the book at the same time as Nevari and Oriana and Artemis eventually coming into the library and finding the two of you.
To Zavren shout out, fucking finally!
Yeah, so I'll get to you in just a moment. Nevari, you head off to see if you can scrounge up any information in the sort of less savory parts of the city.
Yes. Navari's
What are you
thinking
looking for?
is. Navari's thinking is that Avandra is the goddess of chance and trade. And so she feels like some of the answers aren't going to be found in the library. Sometimes you've got to go and listen to the rumors that kick around the docks and around the centers of trade. So I think what she's going to try to initially do is suss out the location of an information broker. And I think she would do this by going to the people who know everything, the street rats. So I think she's gonna find, try to look for those kids in the streets who are obviously looking for trouble. after
Okay.
securing her wallet deep into her coat.
Yeah. Go ahead and make a perception check for me.
16.
Okay. You start to like walk in some of the sort of more like merchant areas, where you just like yourself knowing like, when you were, growing up and like trying to get a little bit of coin for yourself so that you could, get food or passage to wherever you needed to go, would be where you would frequent because it's easy to hide yourself in a crowd and a lot of people aren't paying attention to, their belongings necessarily. And it takes a bit, but you do see a few youths meandering sort of around the area. You see a couple smoking in an alley. You see a few kind of like walking through the various sort of like aisles of the marketplace. But yeah.
She is going to reach deep into that wallet and very pointedly accidentally drop a couple of silver onto the ground. Whoops, clumsy me.
Mm-hmm.
Pluck them back into her coat and
Go make a deception check for me.
Sure. Oh,
Okay.
It's bad acting.
Okay. So you do that.
And then
what do you do after?
then walk pointedly into an alley.
Okay. You do. And you wait for about 5 minutes, and then you see just a little face kind of like, peek into the alley, like, and kind of like look at you, still standing sort of at the other, like at the end, more near sort of like where the market is. But a little girl, maybe around 8 or 9, in sort of like rugged, I wouldn't say like dirty clothes or anything like that, but not like fine material or anything like that, just like general, easy to move in clothing, has like a little satchel around her neck. She's, are you lost?
Nevari gives a big grin and then pulls the breakfast donut out of her pocket and sets it on a nearby, I don't know, windowsill, ledge, whatever happens to be there. And as well as the couple of silver I dropped, and I'll back up a couple feet. Not lost, looking for information.
She kind of looks curiously at you for a moment, but then like steps more full-bodied like into like the front of the alley. She doesn't move any closer to you or what you've left, even though you step back, but she seems relaxed and she just says, okay, so what exactly are you looking for in terms of information?
Well, I'm new to town, and I'm looking for some good rumors. I'm hoping to get the name or the attention of this town's. I'm trying to think what would you call the sort of, I guess like information brokers, like the best name.
I don't know, what would you call them?
I'll just say I'm looking for whoever knows everything in this town. For a name, I'd be happy to turn those silver pieces into gold.
I see what you are looking for. This is doable, but you won't get a name. You see, you will have to. Information is distributed, and well, it's not so simple. It is carried. But you want information? I could potentially help you. What are you looking for?
Nevari will lower, like trying to gain trust a little bit, lower her hands a little bit to get a little bit more casual and say, I am looking for the whereabouts of a particular item, something rare, something that might not have been seen for a while. This is a lot to ask, but there's a good amount of money for whoever can get me information on it. Is that you?
I can take your request to the right parties, and we can look into this item for you. Yes.
She'll, you know what, this just forwardness is now straight, like the best policy. It's like I'm looking for something called the Strings of Destiny.
You see her like think about it, and she just shakes her head, and she's like, I do not know this thing, but again, I can take it back to the network, and if there is anything that we have, it can be brought back to your ears for a fee, of course. Does not need to be paid now, but when we come back to you, you can decide if you wish to acquire it or if you wish to find it yourself.
I'll nod and say, how much time?
Well, it depends on how deep the information you want is, but can probably get you some surface level understanding by tomorrow.
Nevari will think about that and say, I'll take 2 days worth of information. Okay. Nevari says,
we will dig deeper and bring you more. What item is it? Sorry, you said Strings of Destiny. Do you know the last location of this item?
I'm doing a little bit of digging myself. If I come back tomorrow, and she'll look up at the sun, around this time, I can provide more details.
Okay. Then we will provide the details we have, if you would like them. If not, you can wait for them the next day, but again, up to you. I will take what you have given me and bring it back to the network, and maybe we will find everything you need to know, but it is not exactly a lot to go on.
Nevari just will nod and say, "I understand. It's very little, but thank you anyways." And trying to think of like what would be a good acknowledgement. Like
so at this point, the young girl like at this point just like saunters up over to the donut and grabs it in the two silver pieces, and the way that she kind of rolls the silver in her hands, you recognize as thieves' cant for this bargain has been acknowledged, and I will see you here tomorrow.
Okay.
We have made a connection, and we are on the same page.
All right. Yeah.
And then,
cool.
and then as just as quickly as she like grabs it, she like turns away and begins walking.
Cool. I don't know how to acknowledge. I don't want to like. She's sort of headed off, so I don't want to like out her or anything.
Mm-hmm.
But good to know that she knows thieves can't. So that's handy information. Cool. Yeah. I'm like literally just throwing lines out there. So I think with that, Nevari will sigh, head to the library.
Okay. I mean, this is taking you a bit to like find someone, have that interaction and stuff like that. So it's been probably like an hour or two at this point.
Oh yeah, but yeah, Nevari knows how long they love spend reading their books, so I think she'll.
I mean, to be fair, it's Nevari and Zavren. You get the sense that they don't love reading their books so much; they're just doing it begrudgingly. So, if anything, they're probably going to be finished fairly quickly, unless they hit a gold mine or something like that. But yeah.
I'll pull out the Rocky Talkies and click.
Okay. Who are you? Are you trying to just get the entire group, or is there a specific person you're trying to contact?
I think she's going straight to Artemis, because I think like Artemis would be the least likely one to be cracking open a book. And
all right, so Artemis, as you are kind of like heading into the library and finally meeting up with Zavren and Emeron, you get a like beep 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 on your communicator.
Hello, this is Artemis.
And zoom, Nevari shows up, and Nevari on yours, Artemis shows up in like a little sort of projected image.
How can I help you?
I've just finished up throwing a few lines out. How is the rest doing?
I thought you were going to get information and you went fishing? I don't understand what you're doing, but okay. I went to the Citadel and it was a big guarded gate. We headed back to the library. We're not there yet, though.
I think I have I think there's a potential for figuring out some more concrete information. But I'm gonna need more more background on this, on these strings of destiny. If you're not busy, do you want to go not drink somewhere?
I'd be open to it. Let's rendezvous back at the library and decide where to go from there. We may have gotten some leads with Nevari and Zavren. They may have figured something out by now. I'm not sure. Let's meet there. How does that sound?
Sounds good.
All right,
click.
See you. Good luck fishing.
All right, so Nevari, you start to head over to the library?
Yeah.
Okay. All right, Artemis, Oriana, you end up coming in and you see Nevari kind of just finishing up with something, and Zavren just grabbing something off the shelf and finally finding something and bringing it over to the table.
Any luck, gentlemen?
Guys, my brain is huge, but it's confusing. I forgot. It's fine. I looked up on stories about Avondra's champions. There's one more artifact, apparently. There's one more. It's called... I just lost it. Tradewind.
And... Sounds like maybe they all have three. Asmodeus.
But also,
do you show the picture to
Yeah, I was
Artemis
gonna say-
and Oriana?
this looks familiar, but I don't know why. And I point at Tradewind specifically. I seen it with my 2 eyes, but I don't know where.
All
Where
right.
is it?
Take a look
Zavren,
at it.
Artemis, and Oriana, all of you can make a history check if you would like.
17.
I'll pass.
Okay. Zavren, you're just frustrated that it took you this long to find a
Yeah.
friggin' book on Moradin and potentially Valor. Okay, Artemis, Oriana, you look at the picture and you're like, this is familiar. And you try to think back to where you saw it, and it's not exact. And there are little details that are off, but you remember when you met Freya. The staff that she carried on her back. Looks very like
Oh, it's kind of like Freya's staff.
I mean, kind of. I mean, there's Aquaphor. I mean,
They evolve though.
Yeah, they
Okay.
change. They're like
You got the
True.
doodads now. The doodads.
oh yeah, the doodads, the 2 little
You
horns.
got your antennas now.
My antennas. Oh, I like that. Okay. More information. Maybe that's why I use big
yeah,
words.
you
I don't know
get
what
the
may mean.
sense, both Artemis and Orion, you get the sense that this is likely
Freya
staff.
stuff. Okay, so this one's taken. So is this one. This one, however, was used by an entertainer 1,000 years ago, which is a long time. At least we have a time frame, though, right?
and it seems like it's the strings themselves.
Yeah, the strings. It's like a shoelace. You put on your shoe and you take it with you. You can take it off whenever you need to.
It's interesting. I wonder if I could string it to my violin then.
I don't see why not. But I was thinking. I mean, you're writing a story, aren't you? As you travel, you're an entertainer, of sorts. Do
Cycling journeys, yeah.
you think maybe this one made a journey too, or like a journal of their journey? Journaling journey.
Sorry, I thought you meant
The
the
older
strings, and
entertainer.
I was about to say.
No, the strings aren't a person. I don't think they are. I mean,
Well,
you say they
I-
evolved, but
Well, yeah, I was about to say, I said they evolve, but I don't think they evolve to write stories. No, I mean, it's possible, right? A performer.
But
would
there's
have
no
stories
name.
to tell.
there's no name of this person. It just says, "Oh, entertainer,
No
1,000 years ago, gather the masses and blah blah blah."
Did they do anything cool, or did they have any like?
Do I
Fun
know
features?
of any
Yeah.
historical entertainers famous?
This one seemed. Oh, sorry. Go ahead.
You know plenty of entertainers that have that are a trillion that have gone through the motions 1,000 years ago.
Also, I don't think they're specifically a trillion. I mean, just
And
'cause
you
they
get
found
the
book
sense that
here-
like if this was a champion of Evandra and their
Probably
name
not really.
and their name and on their race actually is also not like unlike the other two
Oh, true.
Um,
I didn't remember that.
is not sort of talked about or mentioned
They
in
won.
a book like this. You're probably gonna have to dig deeper into them
Oh, also,
because you
I-
wouldn't necessarily be able to correlate the two. There's just not enough information. Like you know plenty of entertainers, and maybe you do know a few entertainers that are like ages past, but how you would correlate that with this person in this time with the information that you have would be very, very difficult with one book and only having that.
that's fair.
But,
And sorry. Also, I asked the staff here that there's higher clearance books. We can't access it unless we're given permission.
Oh yeah, if we can find them, we can find a way in.
I know one of them has
No.
something, but we don't got permission to do that.
well, we can work on that. But
What about you?
Artemis, when Nevari called, she said that she needed more information to go off of for her leads. Yeah.
She was working on some information and wanted to see if I could assist. I'm not exactly sure entirely what she wanted, how I would assist, but she wanted to meet up.
Well, she said she needed to, like, somewhere to go off of, right? Did I mishear that in the conversation?
Nevari, did you say?
I think I mentioned something about could use some information about where the strings might have wound up.
Yeah, okay.
I don't
think that's what
remember
we're
the
all
exact
looking for.
wording.
Yeah, she did.
Yeah.
She said she needed more to go on, basically.
Well, if that's the case, then why don't we kill two birds with one stone here? I could try to investigate deeper on this and see if I can find out anything more about the strings or the person who used them. Maybe find out where they were last seen or something.
Or
Could you
better.
use?
Oh, sorry. Go ahead.
Could you use your special words and see if you could charm someone and get our way into these special locations?
Nine,
You've
nine,
done it
nine.
before.
My charms are limited to my own honeyed words. I do not physically charm. Well, I mean,
I've seen you dance. You do very well. You charm many
no,
people.
no.
I think that went well, actually.
Speaking of, Mama does not hear about this. Or I will
You will?
suggest all of you to go walk off a cliff.
I can fly. I'm fine.
In broad daylight?
Well,
I can.
okay.
Maybe.
That's true. You can channel
Yeah.
divinity.
Yeah.
We'll keep it to ourselves, but I do think that even without spells, you can be charismatic and careful and be conscientious to someone to lend us a hand in our time of need.
I mean, I could try. It's certainly worth a shot. I mean, if it needs that level of access, though, maybe that's something we bring up with our meeting with Kate. Oh, we're meeting up with Kate later today. After dinner. So
Wow.
that might be an opportunity for us to get clearance.
How?
For
Okay.
That's
legit
exciting.
means.
Legit means this time.
As after all, Artemis, as Odeus likes to say, sometimes the best deception is no deception. Why do we need to deceive our way in when we can do it legitly?
So we come clean with everything happening with the two prime deities, with Al and Tharizdun, to let them know all the tea.
No, I wasn't. I was just saying we
Sorry,
could ask
my
Cade if I
brain
could
hurts.
get it to.
These glasses.
Just take them off for a moment and just like rest your head.
Okay.
Blood flow
Okay.
again.
I mean, he is.
I mean, that doesn't negate the attunement and the fact that you still have massive intelligence.
My brain is huge, guys.
He's a worldly, though. It would help for him to know and then be on our side.
I don't know if this is the tea that we want to spill right now. I would like for Kate to be involved. Just not right now.
Okay.
A trail at the moment has its own problems to deal with, I'm sure. And maybe we can help with that. And if we help with that, maybe
To get in their good graces.
similar to what happened with Feathertop. Get into their good graces, allies for the future. We're going to need them eventually, whether we choose to reseal or destroy. Or sorry, not
Separate.
destroy, disconnect. We're going to need allies. So, not right now. We don't need to
Divulge everything.
worry people about the end of all things or hitting the snooze button, so to speak. That can come later.
Well, Zavren and Oriana, I'll give you some advantage as you search for some of these books. I would like to cast Enhance Ability on Oriana and Zavren.
I need it.
Fox's Cunning, so this should give them advantage
on intelligence checks, right?
Correct, yes.
Got it.
Yeah, and so that'll be a level 3 because it's a level 2 spell, so I'll
Yep.
upcast it.
For an extra person.
And give, yep.
Got it.
Where's Nevari when we need him? I need her. She'd be in for a B&E.
Okay, so Zavrin, you start to read through the book that you've picked up. Go ahead and make another investigation for me, this time with advantage. And what are the rest of you doing?
I'd like to chat with. Oh, go ahead. Go ahead.
I'm going to try and correlate the knowledge that Nemeron has given us
Mm-hmm.
with further just investigation onto the strings and who potentially used them. And
Okay.
if that leads me to the restricted section, I will ask about the restricted section just to see.
Okay. Go ahead and make your own investigation check. Zavren, you read a book on Moradin and his sort of champions, and specifically looking for valor. You don't want to learn all the extra fluff, so you like sort of hone directly in. You learn that this shield was once wielded by a dwarven man named Grand Marshal Obrick Folkbrand, Herald of the Kingsmith. And he charged into battle valiantly with it, using it to protect him and his allies and his people during times of great strife. Long, long ago, when the world was still sort of figuring itself out, and when all sort of races were still kind of in a period of upheaval, and he was the one who sort of led his people to the mountain to create their civilization, to worship Moradin and his and the idea of being craftsmen.
What was his name again?
Grand Marshal Obrick Folkbrand. Obrek. Folkbrand. It's just one word.
I'll show it to Rena.
Herald of the Kingsmith.
I mean, doesn't this look cool? Look at it. They charge in the battle like you.
This is very interesting. I do like smashing things.
This has got Rena
better
written
than
all
books.
over it.
I hate books. Books is
Yes,
the
I know
worst.
too.
I don't want to think about books or puzzles. This is not my interest. Are we going somewhere else to smash things?
I can't smash this book though, as much as I want to.
I mean, you can.
I
You gotta
want
pay for it
to,
afterwards.
like we did in that ruin place. I was able to
Yes.
make all those books disappear, but I think probably not the best if I do that here.
See if the others found a way into the secret room.
All right,
I'm
Oriana, you start searching for more information on the strings. You reading through a few books, and at this point, Nevari, you probably get to the library as Oriana is sort of like deep in her sort of research. At this point, you're looking at like mid afternoon.
All right, doors burst open. Hey, Oriana. Plunk down beside her. Punk, feet on the table.
No, just
But as you go back to your books, from the information that you've read, the strings started out somewhere in the Wildlands, then moved across to the Free Kingdoms, then found their way across to Garacrest, and eventually their last location was lost somewhere within a trill. You get like little notes here and there about like merchants, entertainers who ended up utilizing them. No names of people, like there's no one prominent after this champion sort of disappeared from history. But you get, when sort of the Arkenblight happened, it is said that there were archivists and protectors that found artifacts and sealed them away purposely to keep them from the hands of those who would use them to oppress or subjugate populaces, and use them as sort of like bargaining tools to keep people in line. And where the strings were taken and hidden were somewhere in a trill in an unknown location, so that those seeking their power would be hard pressed to find it, unless they were worthy of the gods' chosen power. But you get the timeline of these moved pretty much around the world almost until the Arkenblight, where they kind of were picked up somewhere on the borders between Veladon and Trill, moved into a Trill somewhere, and hidden.
Well, thanks to some divine intervention, we do know that they are somewhere here. So, last seen in a Trill. Now that the river sealed away. Well, that probably excludes the tomb of the tomb of the fallen. Probably isn't the sewers then. So it would have to be somewhere forward.
Just give me a ballpark, Oriana. I can. I've got a couple little hands looking for things.
Do I know if Riverren was like one of those cities built on top of another city?
You would know that it was not a city built on another city, but the citadel was built by a sorcerer king long ago, thousands of years ago, and eventually became besieged and conquered by a confederation of barbarian tribes that worked together and created, made that stronghold their new capital. So it wasn't always, it was once like a magical, like almost like a massive magical fortress, but then taken over by more martial, sort of strong tribes of people. The Sorcerer King with his forces and magic could not protect against that number coming and sieging against what he originally intended, and was taken out, and that is what it became. So what that sorcerer could have built below the citadel itself is unknown. Or at least you've never read anything about.
Yeah. But then again, there
Anything
probably
looted.
wouldn't be anything about the secrets of the Citadel where the Triumvirate basically resides.
But you do know that like Riverren is a large, massive city, and it does sort of border the heaving depths, the ocean. Even on cliffs, like some cliffs, there are sort of docks at the bases of those cliffs and things like that, that are used to send off ships and things. So it is not just like an inland city that would have to have like necessarily like dug out catacombs or caves or some structure below it that was built. There's lots of possibilities for what could be beneath, or it could just be like a magical place that the Sorcerer King built that are like caverns and things like that were a part of his original citadel, tower, fortress. That is like another maze underneath the city. Like that's a possibility, but you've never read anything specifically alluding to that.
I have two possible locations, Nevari. Around the Citadel? Or on the cliffside, in some caves. The Citadel was the first, essentially, part of Riverren that was built, so if it was hidden all the way back during the Arcanite, then that may have been the only place to hide it and lock it away. Since we're we're near the cliffs, there could be any number of caves and caverns where someone could have built a secret vault and made it fairly well protected. So those are the two places I would suggest looking.
Nevari thinks about this for a second. Well, if it's cliffside caves, that would have been filled with all sorts of people over the ages, then I might be able to get a bead on that. She gets a grin and says, "That's great information." What? Kind of looks around, it's like, where's everybody else right now?
They're all over at that table over there. They're still doing their own research. I was just focusing on this specifically.
I think she'll.
Yeah, you see the others kind of like sitting around. What are the rest of you doing? Zavren, you share your stuff with the others. Are the rest of you doing anything, or just kind of like waiting for Oriana to finish?
I guess I'd keep just looking for information on more artifacts and their like mythological wielders.
Okay, who are you looking into next?
Who do we not have a lot of? Trying to think.
Well, I've got the dock up right here. So we don't have any of Vecna's, any of Torog's, any of Arathis.
Okay.
I don't think we have any of Ioun's. Well, no, we have the goggles. We have the goggles.
Yeah.
I don't know why I didn't put that in there. We don't have any of Chord's.
Okay.
We don't have any of Zahir's, and we don't have any of Grumsh.
And we have at least one of everyone else, right? Okay.
Right. But the gods gave us that list because they're like, this is going to help you guys. So they gave us like a pretty curated list of things.
Well, they gave you only had a couple of god. Like the problem is you only had those gods to speak to because their avatars were in the room with you. So it's not like they did give you the ones of theirs specifically that they thought would. You don't know if they have more. Like there's potential that like Bahamut has more artifacts and didn't give you all of them. There's potential that Pelor has more artifacts and didn't give you all of them. There's potential that Lyriel has more artifacts and didn't give you all of them. They specifically thought of the ones that would be most impactful for your group. But yeah, you could potentially look into them as well if you'd like.
Okay. I actually want to look into more of Chords, I guess.
Okay. Go ahead and make a investigation for me.
Just pick the random one. Random god. It's okay.
And are the rest of you doing anything?
Oh, Zavren is so excited to see Nevari. Oh, thank God. Thank the gods you're here.
I missed it.
So they have a secret area here. How we
What?
could, yeah, with books that pretty much like tell us what the artifacts do from what she's saying. But it's like top secret, high clearance kind of shit.
I love top secret forbidden places.
Yeah. So if we can find it, I figure we gotta see what kind of like lock it is or whatever. We can go down or something, borrow a few books, and then help us save the world. So it's not really doing anything bad. It's helping us save the world in all existence.
I don't really know what I'm looking for, but I mean, if it's popping a lock or
I
I'm
got like
happy to help.
at least a velvet rope. It has to have a velvet rope.
I don't know why they think that would keep people out. It's just saying,
Oh, my one weakness, velvet.
Velvet.
it's basically saying come in, right?
Right. So they want
Yeah,
us to go in.
Go check this out.
Yeah. So I guess we'll search around the library for the secret door.
All right. So you guys go looking for the restricted section. Go ahead and make an investigation.
I will just assist Nevari on this one because I know Zavren's trash at it.
Oh yeah, my investigation's never been that great.
No.
Nemeron, while they're doing that, you learn of a few of Kord's artifacts.
Okay.
You learn of one called Stormbringer's Breath. It is this like robe, and it's embroidered with these like storm clouds and sort of like lightning bolts in the drawing, and it was said to have been gifted to a champion who could move like the winds themselves. But again, looking at it, it looks familiar. Go ahead and make a history check.
If I get another nat 1, I will start crying.
You get oh no, you don't have it.
No,
you
I don't.
only get
Rip the book in
advantage on
half.
investigation. Just do you get not at history? You weren't given the
Oh my God.
enhanced ability. 12.
This is not a 1. It's not a 1.
I mean, this one's fairly easy for you, because you've seen it recently. Aaron wears this.
Oh, duh. Okay. Cool.
You've noticed her robes, and they look very much like the ones. Slightly different again. There are like slightly different. There are slight differences to what you see, but yeah, it's there.
Oh, okay. I'm done.
Nope. There's another one.
Oh, there is? Okay.
Yeah. There's two more. With the 24 that you got. You learn of one called Stormbreaker. It's a warhammer. And it is said to evoke the power of the Stormbringer himself, channeling the power of strength and storms to defeat foes.
Does that one also look familiar?
No, that one
Okay.
you've never seen ever before. Looks fairly hefty, and yeah, you're
Okay.
And then finally Thunderbrand. It is a belt said to imbue those who would rely on their own hardiness with the power to survive even the strongest of blows. Again, never seen this in your life
Okay.
before.
Okay.
But those are the three that you come up with that check.
24. Okay.
We have like two people with 0 intelligence bonus doing looking around.
Yeah.
For the secret door.
None of us have good intelligence.
Yeah.
You are lucky I am kind, Chris, because
What?
you rolled an intimidation, and I would have just taken that and made that your roll for your investigation. Because I would have just said, well, I'll just add your bonus because that's your roll, but I won't because you rolled a natural 20 and that feels
But-
not fun.
I'm hoping.
The sorry, I rolled because I got prodded by Zavren in a DM saying that he was helping.
Yeah.
But
Yeah.
I'm happy to take the
Oh,
four
you were
that
you
would've
were
been.
getting I get it. You were getting you got advantage anyways. Okay, right, cuz Zavren wasn't
Yeah.
Zavren
I was
wasn't
helping in
using
more ways.
Yeah, I thought you were using your advantage, Zavren, because you have
Okay.
the enhance ability, but that's okay.
Oh,
That would have been smarter for us to do off the bat.
Anyway, that's fine.
But we got intelligence 0,
Yeah.
so.
Okay. So, with the natural 20, you guys start walking around the library. Eventually, you make your way to the 3rd floor after coming up with nothing. And you find between a couple of stacks a door that is it has one of those like sliding gates across it, plus like the door itself locked.
behind here, you say?
I mean, it looks. I figured it would actually go into the basement, but I mean, this works too. It looks pretty secure.
I mean, if they didn't know where these books came from, it wouldn't hurt them, right?
They probably even look at them.
All right. Well, Nevari will like take a gander at the lock.
Mhm.
Zavren will keep watch.
Okay.
And pull out her tools.
Okay.
If this is some sort of arcane lock that fries me into next week, this is on you.
Ironic as it being a library for Nevari to die in.
All right. So, Zavren, go ahead and just like make a perception check for me.
Oh dear. I mean, I could check the lock as well, see if it's magic.
Okay. So you're looking around, and so far it's like fairly quiet up here, and you know, you don't see many patrons. There's a couple, like a few stacks over and whatnot, but you think Nevari's in the clear to be able to do what she needs to do.
Do you want me to check the lock? Do I have to detect magic? I don't have to detect magic. It's on a bard to do.
All right.
I think she's already got a couple tools, or like one sticking out of her mouth, and she's getting like the leverage bar kind of like lined up into the
Okay.
into the.
Go ahead and make a thieves' tools then for me, please.
All right. So proficiency plus dex.
Mhm.
All right. I'll just roll my dex saving throw then.
Sounds good.
16.
All right. You start to fiddle with this lock, and it is tough. And you feel like you get like one tumbler to like click, but then as you're attempting to go for the next, it like slips out again, and you're just finding that this is a pretty tough lock.
I think like from her crouched position at the lock, she'll just like look up at Zavren and say, "Yeah, this is embarrassing to say, but I don't think I've got this one."
Pop it open, but it'll make a really loud sound.
Yeah, if I force this open, she points at the. I think she'll point at the like at the lock itself and say, "There's got to be at least 3 pins or 5 pins in there. It's gonna pop something fierce if I pry this thing open."
What about the next door? Like the door behind it has like a knob, right, with a lock on it?
Yeah. It's like looks like a fairly hefty wooden door with like a like a brass sort of handle with like a lock underneath of it. And then there's this like, it's hard to like explain, but have you ever seen those like those movies where they have those old elevators where you would push the gate shut first and then like close the door? So it's like one of those like metal gates with the like diamond sort of metal that like contracts and expands, and that's locked first, and then the door is like behind that.
If you can see in there, can you like?
Right, that's what I'm thinking.
Magic your way through?
I could misty step my way through if I can see through it.
No, you can't. Yeah, you can't. It's not. It's like a door and then
right.
the gate, so you cannot see into the other room or whatever's behind it.
Crack it, just like crack it a little bit.
Well, this lock's not going. I don't think I'm going to get the proper leverage, but I could give the inside lock a try, and then if you can look inside.
Yeah.
I
can make you invisible if it makes us a little bit easier.
She's going to try to awkwardly like wedge her arms through the gate itself to see if she can get at the inside lock.
Okay.
Oh, wait a second.
Oh. Go ahead.
She kind of like, she says they wouldn't have forgotten and just actually grab the knob and turn it.
Okay, so as you stick your hand through the gate, you hear a woo 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 woo, and you hear footsteps. Zavren, you turn to look, and you see a bunch of robed figures converging on where you are.
I told you this wasn't where the bathroom was.
Who would be dumb enough to trip an alarm in a library?
And as you like say at this point, they converge on you and they say, "Step back from the door, please." You are under arrest for attempting to trespass where you are not supposed to be.
Devari's just like,
yeah,
like grinning from ear to ear and like, ooh, libraries are way more serious than I thought they were.
I know. I thought I was going to take my library card.
As you are both eventually pulled, your hands are pulled behind you. You're cuffed. Zavren, when you feel the cuffs clink onto your hands, you feel your magic gone. And Nevari, you also feel the access to your magic gone. And you are with a hefty amount of robed figures starting to be, you see one figure head over to the area and the sound eventually abates, and you see them fiddling with things while another figure heads over there, but four of them lead you down the stairs, down until you get to the base, and you all look up as all of the patrons are looking up, and you see Zavren and Nevari being walked down the stairs by a group of figures, cuffed and in a bit of trouble. And once they get to the ground floor, push towards the main sort of lobby area where a group of armed and armored guards stand to take the both of you and lead you out of the library. And as they sort of lead you out the doors, and now you are surrounded by 6 further guards, you are pushed into a vehicle, and the guards step in with you. It is like a truck-like vehicle. And off you go. Towards the guard station. The local...
Make my telepathic speech with Nevari.
Sure.
Well,
Can you?
Yep. it's not a spell.
Is that... It's not a spell, it's an ability, I believe. Yeah.
My
I would say
apologies.
that
No
I would say
risk,
that
no
that's
reward.
like an... Yeah, I would say that's an ability, it's not a spell. So.
Artemis would look to the. Oh, go ahead.
We've got ourselves out of worse, right? Right?
Well, I've certainly been in worse.
Yeah, we'll be fine.
And you are heading off. The rest of you watched as your companions were escorted from the property. Knowingly likely went somewhere they weren't supposed to. And are being taken. Oriana, you know the city likely to the closest local sort of city guard station to be placed in jail for now.
Artemis will say to the group, to Rena, Nemeron, and Oriana, well, I think we'll let them cool off a little bit. They can figure that out on their own. We'll come and chat with them in a couple days if we need to. I think they need to think about what they've done. They didn't give us any warning. They didn't tell us what they were going to do. This is a lesson to them.
No, we knew that they were going to try this.
I didn't know that at all. They didn't say this to me.
DM, would I have seen them go with my passive perception? No.
I mean, I mean, they were standing right there when they were like, thank
they were talking
God.
about it?
Yeah.
Oh, okay, that's right.
You guys were just engrossed in your books and stuff like that, and I assume you didn't think that they were just in the middle of probably broad daylight gonna try to do this.
No.
You know, as a group, that's probably what you were thinking. You were like, well, you know, maybe they'll case it, maybe they'll like see what it's about, but probably not try this thing. So you didn't think anything of it. None of you tried to stop them, and they tried their luck, and it just didn't work out for them.
There.
But yeah, is there anything specific that you guys would do, or would you just continue on with like Artemis said, let them stew?
I'm gonna cast Sending.
Okay.
Oh wait, let me get my spell slots. Hold on, sorry. I'm gonna cast Sending. I'm a message. To Nevari.
Okay.
Not gonna work because they can't use magic.
No, they can't use magic.
No, they can't use their magic.
They're not in an anti-magic field, though. I will say.
So, okay, I'm just gonna try to send it. If it doesn't work, great.
Yeah. And Nemera wouldn't know that anyways.
Yeah, so I'll just send it anyway.
Yeah.
What did you guys do? That was pretty funny. Might save you, more than likely will. Please let me know. And you get it in that broken up cadence too, because I'm counting my words.
I think we can talk our way out of this. If you don't hear from us tomorrow, we're probably dead. Ha ha. Come get us.
That didn't tell me what they did though. That's fine.
No.
I mean, does it matter?
I guess. They're gonna try to charm their way out of it, I guess, guys. And you know how charming those two can be. Never. Well.
And we all know how thorough they are when they arrest people. They took the copper pin out of my hair.
This is giving very much rescuing you out of the.
I was
Same jail, right?
I've got
No.
a bunch of charming racial abilities
Okay.
I haven't used yet.
Yours is actually
okay.
probably a little less
Yeah, there we go.
hairy than she was like right in the Citadel. So.
Oh, okay, I was about to ask her like, would it take them to the same place you were?
Well, she was in the dungeons getting prepared for execution. Because
Oh, that's right, I
then
forgot about that. Okay.
Shoot, we're good.
just getting my name cleared. I had just finished getting my name cleared.
I know, but would this be a time to pull a Nevari and B&E? I know,
No!
maybe not. Listen, I'm
No!
smart now. We can do this.
No,
No,
we are
that's a good
not.
idea.
We are
No.
not breaking them out of jail.
No.
Please compound the B&Es. I am so stoked.
No.
B squared,
No.
B squared.
We have a few months at best. We're not going to be prepared if we're locked away.
I mean, this sounds
Are we
like a
prepared
challenge
now?
to win the adventure just through a series of breaking and entering, like compounding crimes.
Oh yeah, 2 negatives make a positive. Hell yeah.
5 stars? 5 stars is good, right?
Yeah.
It's just, I can't. We literally had a meeting in a few
didn't know that.
hours. I told Nevari.
Do you think Nevari listened?
Evidently not.
Oh no.
I'm
Maybe
telling
our
you,
nurse
this
is
is
right.
how we get them to learn about their problems.
I
We
don't.
focus on what we're doing. We go to our meeting. We catch up with them later. We know where they are. We'll check in with them later.
Am I the only one who thought that was funny though?
Yes,
Okay.
you are the only one who thought it was funny.
No,
Well, to be
I,
fair-
I thought it was pretty funny.
You
Thank you. Okay, so now we have three problems now to worry about,
well, now we need
Got
to talk to
99
Kate.
problems.
and a jail ain't one. Oh no.
So now we need to talk to Kate about potentially getting them released. We need to talk to Kate about if he knows anywhere the strings might be. Also, Nanavari is arrested, so she can't even go give the information we gave.
I don't know. I think they're pretty crafty with their words. They can say that this is their special cousin and he's a little not clear in the mind and he touches things he shouldn't. They'll figure it out.
Tiefling cousin.
I don't think the insanity plea would work in trying to steal a book.
They didn't steal anything. They just touched a
They
doorknob.
attempted to steal something. That's fair.
Also, I would like to remind you all that we got in trouble the last time we were here as well. We are known faces and entities at this point. I don't.
Okay, so what's happening now is what we were trying to do in Sunshield City with, stealing something from Aaron, except now this is a real thing. So we were prepared. We went through this last time. This time is just legit.
Last time we were all together, though.
Technically not last time. Last time there was
Well,
4 of us.
regardless
This time
if
there's 2.
Regardless of our situation, we can keep reading some books here, or we can meet with Cade. What should we do next?
Kate's not until after dinner. It's barely afternoon.
But I am a bit hungry. We could get some food, I guess.
Yeah, I was actually planning on buying a dictionary. But oh no.
Can
So
we
this
not
is-
do books anymore? I'd like to go somewhere else, please.
This is
Fighting arena?
Because
I'll take that.
yeah,
Maybe we find the strings of destiny are in the fighting arena.
Is there a fighting arena here, Morgana?
Rena's people were taken there.
Oh,
Well,
Oh,
they're
I'm
not
sorry.
there
Well-
anymore. But
Yeah, they had been there.
maybe
yeah.
some of the people in the rending know about these strings. They're more like Navari's people.
ooh, maybe.
I hate that makes sense.
But I mean,
I
we
just don't want to do books. It's so boring.
I know, Rena, I know.
I don't think we're welcome here anyway. Are we getting
I don't-
looks since they saw
No,
us?
they weren't. I mean, you're again, like
Like we're not guilty by
if you're-
association, right?
Yeah, you're not guilty by association. If you had helped them in some way or whatever, then maybe. But it didn't look like you guys had anything to do with that, and they were kind of like caught. Like you weren't distracting anyone. You were literally all just like sitting and reading books. So
Okay.
like there's not really any correlation for them to like come after you guys just because you said hello to one another.
Okay, that's fair. I think we should give the library a rest. We'll come back when. We'll come back.
I'm just
My
trying to
brain
decide
hurts
if it's
right now.
worth going to see them and trying to figure something out, or just wait and let them stew. Honestly, I would love to let them just sit there for a few days, but that's time that we value, that is very valuable to us.
Well, Nemeron said that they could try to talk their way out, and we can come and get them in the later. I'm sure they get a phone call. They get one phone call, and they can let us know if they need our help.
I mean, that's the hoping for the best. But no. Yeah, my brain hurts. I don't want to be here anymore. I'm sorry. I don't know.
Let's check out the renting like Rena suggested. It's not a bad idea. And then after dinner,
We'll go see the two criminals.
No, I'm going to see Kate. You can go see the two criminals if you want.
Okay, that's
as far
fair.
as I'm concerned, they did the crime, now they shall do the.
Okay, that's fair.
I will try to see if I can
He's in a visit. Sorry.
pull some strings
Of destiny.
with Cade and get them maybe out with like the monitor that they had on me or something. I don't know.
Okay. We got this.
I think that's a good idea. We could try to clear your name while we're here. Let's try that as well.
My name was already cleared!
Well, after this, you never know.
I mean, your name's not fully cleared, but you can't do the rest of it
It's-
until Damien's handled it.
I need to. I will not be fully cleared until we've dealt with Damien, but for the most part, my reputation is neutral, let's say. I don't know. I'm not posted on every street corner as on a wanted poster anymore.
All right, so you're heading out of the library.
Yeah. After putting the books where I found them. Putting them
All
back
right.
where I found
Are
them.
you going to get some food first, or heading straight? Because it's heading straight to the. Because I know one of you mentioned food, so I just want to know, like, what are you heading to do?
I only mentioned food because I didn't know if we needed to kill some time. If we watch something we got to do, I say we go and do it. I
Actually-
can hold my stomach. I could get something at the fair. I'm sure they got some elephant ears or some churros.
Elephant ears?
What fair?
Oh,
Is there-
elephant ears.
What are?
Whatever the fight is that we're going to, I'm
Yeah,
just.
yeah.
Oh, okay.
I'd like some meat on a stick.
Sorry.
Okay, so you guys are heading out.
Actually, after we leave the library, can I stop at a bookstore and buy a dictionary? Because I feel really bad about what Oriana said earlier. That I don't know how to use big words.
Okay, yeah.
One worth
Easily-
25 gold.
I don't. Oh.
Actually, the library would have like a bookstore as a part of it
Oh,
for
okay,
those
cool.
people who like want to buy books. So easy enough to purchase a dictionary would probably cost you
25
like
gold? Yeah,
no,
yeah.
Also an
would cost you
encyclopedia.
like a silver. But do you want to try and find a book worth 25 gold?
Sure, why not?
Okay. Easily enough to find a first edition
no.
geographical sort of layout of the continent of Garacrest. It's quite extensive, fairly large book.
Okay.
It's 25 gold. So
Okay.
total for both books, 25 gold and 1 silver.
Okay. And
do you-
I will.
Oh, go ahead.
I'll go and pay that. Sorry.
I would also, seeing that there is a bookstore, like to buy a book, and
What book are
I'm
you
going
looking for?
to. Well, Oriana is going to find like just a general history of entertainers, I guess.
Okay.
Book. And she's very purposely going to use that book to cover up something else, which I will message you what that is.
Okay. So a history of entertainers. I mean, probably like 2 silver. All right. You all head out and begin to try to make your way towards where you last found the rending. But before we get there, that is where we are going to take our break for the evening. So please don't go anywhere. This just got a lot wilder.
Or to jail. Don't go to jail.
You're welcome.
We will see what these crazy cats get into next. So please don't go anywhere. We're just going to use the restroom, grab a drink, stretch our legs, and we will be back very shortly. See you in just a few. All right, so we are back and ready to go. So,
Oh no.
um, Nevari and Zavren, you get transported to the front of a city guard station. You are pulled out of the truck and guided into the station, where you see a numerous amount of guards, some doing paperwork, some taking a break, and then you are led sort of to the holding cells, where you can see a few people, and you are actually placed in a cell with two other people. One seems to be laid out on a bench, and maybe sleeping, and the other is kind of like leaning against the back of the cell, like sitting, like head, on in their hands, kind of like just quietly. You are placed inside. The cuffs are removed, and you are left there. You are welcome to do what you like. The guards just say, you're in holding for a little bit until we figure out what exactly the situation is and get the investigation completed. But I think you both know that you were somewhere where you were not meant to be, and you'll just be sitting pretty here for a little bit.
I think it was very
I
clearly
would
marked.
recommend you don't do anything else interesting while you're here, but to each their own. I give that warning, and I'm often not listened to. And closes the cell, locks it, and walks away. And you see that there is a guard sort of like stationed on a seat, like in between the holding cells, kind of like, in a desk by the holding cells, that you can kind of like see, kind of like doing paperwork and sitting there. And then further out the front of the guard station where you had passed by, you know that that's where the rest of the station sort of works. But you are left.
Not our first time in jail.
Well, certainly not mine. I'll turn around and look at the guy leaning on the wall. What are you in for?
It's kind of the same thing.
He looks up and he's like, I don't really want to talk about it.
Oh, yeah, I get it. You know, crimes can be embarrassing. We forgot to return the library book.
See, yeah. I forgot to return my friend's jaw to his face.
Classic.
He just goes back to like putting his head in his hands.
Is that your friend?
Oh, no. If it was, I don't think it wouldn't be a good scene. They probably wouldn't put us in the same cell. No.
Good friend.
Gotcha.
Took him somewhere else.
I don't think I want to be his friend.
So Zav.
Yeah.
Do you want to wait this one out and see if our friends come up, or try to talk our way out of this one?
Yeah, let's see what happens, and I'll tap my head, and then you'll hear me start talking in your head because I don't know if the guard's listening to us.
Mhm.
So, well, I guess we can try to talk our way out of it. We probably should get our story straight in case they separate us. You know, the usual. Looking for the bathroom. Made a bet that you should touch a doorknob that you shouldn't have. The signs weren't well lit and clear and written in 20 different languages. Which one are we going with?
You know, call me crazy, but I think we should just come clear in this one.
That we're saving the world and we need a book from the secret section of the secret library?
Out loud, you get a wink and a finger point.
Yeah, sure, why not? Worst case, they'll throw us into the loony bin.
Like, we were like, it sounds like Oriana was going to go out, like, try to get resources anyways. We might be sitting here overnight, but I don't know. Feel like we can expedite things
by telling them that we're trying to get the book to locate an artifact under the city that will help us defeat Thar's Dune, from thus stopping the world from ending because he is melding with Owl.
Now, correct me if I'm wrong. I was working for Lux Eterna, part of the whole secret thing.
I don't know if we should name drop them.
Okay, well, you know what? We were here like a few weeks ago helping people get into the city.
Right.
We've got some goodwill built up, and
come on, all our good karma has to pay off.
And if not, we'll just strike this. We'll just drop the Scarlet name and let Oriana do the heavy lifting.
All right.
I'll look to this guard. This is just some like
a clerk.
Guard.
Yeah, think of like the police officer that like sits behind the desk while like the people are in the holding cells like doing the processing of the paperwork and stuff like that. They're still a police officer, but they're just not on active duty, like patrolling the streets.
Did we ever meet like a captain of the guard or something when we were helping out people when we were here last time?
You would have met captains of like the military, because it's the military that were doing the missions out of the city. Think of it like when a natural disaster happens and they call in like the military. The local police are dealing with like inner city problems. Sure. The military is dealing with like the major, external problems and things like that that are
leaning more to name dropping them first to be judge like character witnesses or whatever.
If you can. So yeah, you see that guard like at the desk and he's just writing.
Casually lean onto the bars. Hello there.
Like looks up, acknowledges you for a second, and then continues with the paperwork.
I am so terribly sorry to interrupt you. The name's Nevari Chainbreaker. I think there's been a little bit of a mix-up. Now, I don't want you to do anything that you shouldn't be doing, but I don't think it would be too much trouble to sort of like let our friends know that we're here.
Your friends, Well, I assume you will get an opportunity to speak with a representative when the time comes and we have gathered the evidence of the investigation and made sure we have either charges or none for you. But you will get an opportunity to speak with someone allied with you on your side to tell your side of the story, of course.
Yeah. And when do you think that's gonna happen?
Probably in a few hours, I would say. We have to finish our investigations usually, and then, complete gathering of the facts. And then we will allow you to speak with, like I said, a representative.
I mean, do you have to do an investigation and look at the facts if we just confess?
Oh, if you're willing to confess, then we can get through this very quickly.
Yeah. I mean, I feel like there's not really any need to waste time. If we could just get whoever we need to like talk to.
No, I can
in
take your
here.
confession right now. I have a piece of paper. I will hand it to you. You are welcome to write your confession, sign it. I will read it. I will take it to the head detective, and everything goes well, we will give you your charges. You will deal with them how they lay out, and perhaps you get out. Perhaps it's a fine. Perhaps it's something more serious. I am not sure exactly what you did, so it is not on me to decide. But if that's how you would like this to play out, you are welcome to confess.
You got pen and paper? I'm happy to get at this.
Sure. Brings over a paper and a writing implement and hands it to you through the cell. I do warn you. And by the way, when they took you in, they took your stuff, so your stuff is obviously not on your person. So he says, I warn you, please do not try to use the writing implement as a weapon. It would not be advisable.
I'd kind of give him a laugh and say, I mean, where would I go?
Exactly. That's why it is not advisable, but you'd be surprised what people will do in desperate situations.
I can imagine. I mean, Zav and I here brought so many people into the city while we were...
so many.
How many weeks ago? 2? 3?
Yeah, it was almost less than a month.
I see.
We were out getting people in, and the kind of desperation that you're talking about right now is palpable.
I'm sure it was. It is unfortunate that after helping so many, you would feel the need to then perform crime within our city.
I'm familiar with this. I'm sure this is nothing. Tried to open a door. Wrong door. I feel terrible about it. I feel like maybe it's just the best way to come clean.
Right. Was this wrong door? And he walks over to the desk and he pulls up your thieves' tools and he goes, unlocked? Or were you attempting to persuade the door open yourself? And then he drops the thieves' tools back onto the desk.
Oh, I mean, we were trying to pick the lock, and I'll start writing out the full thing. It's like it's silly, really. Like, we were just looking for some information, and quite frankly, probably just gotta gone to the librarian and asked. How silly is that?
Very
I tell
silly.
You, old
if
habits
you
die
ask me.
hard.
Oh, that is terrible. But I suppose you can't teach an old dog new tricks, right?
I think at this point, how much trouble do we want to get in?
Well, I'll brain you in and be like, what are you thinking?
Well, they didn't cut off all my magic.
Neither mine.
Like, I get the feeling we're gonna be out of here once things get sorted out, but
I mean, I can cast suggestion on him to let us go legally.
my God, that's what I was gonna do.
Oh, great minds think alike.
I want both of you to make intelligence checks.
That's the worst for both of us to roll, but I'll take it.
Well, it is actually
Aren't
my...
you the enhanced ability? Should
Yeah,
be
does the
going?
enhanced ability still good, or has it been more than an hour, or is it?
No,
8
it
hours?
hasn't been. It hasn't been more than an hour. It's an hour, but I don't think it's been more
Yeah.
than. You used it for. No, yeah, it hasn't been more than an hour. I'd say.
Hey.
Good. They put magic binding cuffs on you for a reason. Strange that they would put you in a cell, take those cuffs off when they have no understanding of, well, they actually do, because they would have taken like your focus and they would have taken all of your book and everything like that. So knowing that you, at least, maybe not Nevari, but you having some magical inclination would just freely give you access seems a bit strange.
Anti-magic cells everywhere. Can't do anything fun in this place. Well, guess we're confessing.
Yeah, I feel like yeah, like I want to speed things up, and this investigation is not going to go our way regardless. So
Right.
all we're really doing is like delaying the inevitable by like trying to hold out. Oh man, Oriana's gonna kill me.
Did you finish the confession?
Along the lines of we were conducting research into the history of Vondra and the strings of destiny. With, and then I'll name the party members.
Okay, that's fine.
Because we need them, and this is the worst way to get their attention, but
That's fine.
And then I'll put this all on myself. I said, I don't frequent libraries and thought it would be quicker to just break into the back door.
Okay.
Straight up.
And then you sign it?
Yep.
All right.
And I won't let
to the...
Yeah, I won't let Zavren sign it.
Okay.
That's
so
right,
you give
man.
it. You give it back, and he looks it over, and he says, "Okay." And for you,
I'll do the same.
he hands
Will
you
you?
a pen and a paper.
And I'm assuming I didn't see Navari's.
No, he takes that.
But we did talk about telling the
Yeah,
truth.
I mean,
so
you have your mind meld still or whatever. So
as I'm writing it, I'll probably, the only part different is the ending where Navari said like she just wanted to cut to the chase. Zavren will write in that that he figured again it would just reduce the time in order for us to save the world by getting into this part of the library, reading the information we need, putting things back to where they were, and then leaving.
okay, and then you sign it.
And I will sign it.
Okay. He takes the piece of paper and the pen back from you. He says, "Thank you very much. This should speed up the process quite a bit. Let me just take this to the head detective, and we will be with you shortly." So he goes, "Olaf, take this to Xavier." And another guard comes over, takes the 2 pieces of paper, and walks off. And you see this gentleman go back and sit down. He says, It should not be too long at this point. Please, make yourselves comfortable. Yeah, we will speed up this process immensely for you. You wait maybe 20 minutes, and you see a tall, black-haired, sort of gray-skinned gentleman, quite built, but dressed like a guard member, with a few more sort of frills on his uniform. You see that on one hip, it seems like he has some kind of firearm, and on the other is a blade of some sort. He has like these coal black eyes, and he just has like the like chin beard, and he looks and he says, "Well, this is quite unexpected, but I will not look a gift horse in the mouth, as they say. You have both confessed to attempting to break and enter into a restricted area and trespass upon property that was not yours, and access restricted property that was also not yours, to do with as you will. You say it is to save the world. That is wonderful. I really hope you manage that at some point. But given this, you will be charged with trespassing, breaking, and entering. So, the sentence is you're going to have to do some community service, and it will be a 2,500 gold price tag, as you are fined. I hope you have those funds, or know where to get them.
Doing mental math. Messages to Nevari in my head.
I see. He looks on this piece of paper. Would you like to call your friends? I see the name of one, Oriana Scarlet, on this paper. I happen to know her family.
Oh, there we go.
I'm sure I could get a message to her household to let them know that her companions are ready to be picked up, and that perhaps some money is needed. Whatever it is that you would like me to do, I am happy to do for you. Or do you have the money? Do you have the money yourself?
Yeah, a bag of holding, yes, but not on. I mean, you took our stuff, so you know how much money we have.
Right. It's not enough. We as a city guard do not go through your personal belongings. We take them from you. We see what they are. We make sure that there's no contraband or anything potentially dangerous. But I would not go through your clothing or your other belongings or your wallet. That is yours and yours alone. So no, I did not count your money, but I'm assuming by you saying this that it means that you don't have enough to pay this price tag.
Our friends will.
Fine. I see. So you would like me to get a message to this Scarlet estate?
Looking at Nevari, I mean, that seems the fastest way out.
I mean, we could also just contact Oriana Scarlet directly with that rock that's in my pocket.
Would you like me to get it?
I mean, if you're more than welcome to do the honors yourself. I don't want you to think that I'm up to something.
He picks it up and he says this.
Yes.
I see. Can you please access her? And he like holds it out in front of you for you to press what you would need to press.
Click.
Okay, and then he waits for a moment as he sees like it flashing. Oriana, as you guys are heading out and making your way towards the rending, you get a beep, 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 beep.
It's either Luxa Turner calling with good news and information that is useful to us, or our friends who just got arrested.
Just answer it. Just answer it. Answer it. Answer it.
I'll answer it.
Okay. You see an unfamiliar face pop up. A gray-skinned gentleman, mop of black hair, severe features, black eyes. But he says, this is Miss Scarlet. Yes, I recognize your features. Interesting device here. I am calling from the city jail here. I am head detective Xavier Founds. Your friends have confessed to their crime. They are here to be picked up, but we cannot release them until their fine is paid, which is a total between the two of them of 5,000 gold. They will owe community service as well. 3 days worth. Each.
What was his name again?
Xavier Founds.
Detective.
If you would like to come pick up your companions, that is your choice. If not, we will keep them here until morning and then transfer them to the prison, where they will wait until they can pay off this fine themselves.
Does Nemeron and everyone else hear this?
Yeah, this is like once you press
Like
the
on
button.
speakerphone.
It's on speakerphone.
Okay.
Oh.
Artemis would say, well, if I recall, Nevari said they could talk their way out. I say we give them another chance to talk their way out.
You just see this gentleman like.
What?
Oh well, and he turns to you, Nevari, and he's like, "I'm not sure your friends are so happy to hear this information."
Oh, they're just playing around. I'm on a clock, Artemis.
Your friend seems to be quite antsy to leave this establishment.
Could you give me the address of both where they are currently and where they would be held? If
yes.
we are not able to reach them?
They are currently in the central city jail, quite near the library, actually, where this crime occurred. Maybe 3 streets over and 3 streets south, 2 streets east. I'm sure you know the way, Miss Scarlet. If not, I'm sure you could ask your family exactly where we are. In terms of where they will go, I am also quite confident you know exactly where that is. But if you need a refresher, since you were slated to go there as well until your execution was stayed, it is the Blackstone Keep prison, where we keep all of our convicts and criminals. I will await your arrival. I have given you this information. Pleasant day to you. And then he presses the button and off it goes. And he just turns to you. He says, well, insightful. You have some quite useful technology here. I'm surprised that you would feel the need to do what you did Actually, you know what? I am not surprised. You keep company with Miss Scarlet. She is lucky she got off the way she did. But of course, there is a little bit of who you know, and politics. And he just turns and walks away and places the communicator device like back in your pocket, in whatever you gave him, your jacket or whatever, or your pouch or whatever that you kept it in when they took it off of you. And he turns to the other guard. He says, "Thank you for this. I will keep this on file. I will make a proper record of it, and hopefully your friends will be here soon." And he'll
Surely,
turn-
head detective, with all the families we've helped get into the city when we were battling against the monsters in the darkness outside, we've helped plenty of the town's guards outside get families within the safety and the shelter of the city. That would count for some community service.
That was before you committed your crime. So no, it does not. You don't get to stow goodwill for when you do something really bad later on. You don't get to help a bunch of people and then decide to murder another one and then say, well, but I helped all of these people. So, one murder, it's not that big a deal. I know you didn't murder anyone, which is why you're not having a major issue. It's just a bit of community service and a fine. Had you have done something really serious, you would have issue with that.
Zavren, you know what? It's okay. It's just a little bit of money. It's not going to matter in a few months anyways.
Exactly.
The world, ends, and
Right, the world ends, and we all die, so, you can spend it in prison, I guess, if you don't get your friends to get you out.
I guess it depends on where you think the walls of the prison are, here or at the edge of the city.
Well, I'm going to do my best to keep the people of this city safe. So, that is my job, and I will do it until my life ends.
And you think I was doing something different just because I was operating with thieves' tools?
No, I think you were doing something different because you used those thief tools to get into somewhere where you were not allowed. And we're trying to do it under the table with no one knowing, when you know that it is restricted for a reason. So no, it is not having thieves' tools that got you in trouble. I believe we both.
It's not the thieves' tool. I mean, whether it had been by legal means or by opening the door myself, I would have gotten to that room eventually, anyways.
I'm sure you would have. It's just too bad you didn't do it through legal means. Then all of this would be avoided.
But legal means take time. Time we don't have.
I mean, again, your friend had her execution stayed for being a war criminal. And you think that you couldn't have gotten out of jail with her help?
And you think we're not going to get out of this?
You are. With payment. Now, if you will excuse me, kindly, Miss Nevari Chainbreaker, it has been a pleasure. And I thank you for your confession. It has made all of our lives easier. And my job much easier. And my day easier. So, thank you. It will make your day easier, hopefully, if your friends get here. Have a good and pleasant stay in Riverren. I hope I do not see you here again. For the world's sake. And he turns and walks off back to his station, out of your view.
Turn to the criminal who's been sitting there this whole time. Did you listen to all that?
Yep. You confess. That's an interesting one. You must really be desperate.
A little bit.
It's unfortunate.
Make it go faster.
I mean, I don't know how much you know about Riverren, but it seems like not too much. The law is the law is the law here. If you didn't see when you came in, that giant temple is to the law mother herself, goddess Arathis. So if you're gonna try and break that here,
I gotta give this guy like a kind of annoying look and say, yeah, but you and I both know that the minute the shit hits the fan, the law is the first thing that starts to break down.
Maybe. I don't know what you want me to do here. You already confessed. I'm just stuck here for punching my friend in the fucking face because he's a douchebag.
He's pretty harsh.
Well, when you drink too much and you say shit about someone's wife, then you decide that they need to stop talking, and you rearrange their face so that it's hard for them to form words. But sometimes that gets you in a bit of trouble.
I'm saying that your sentence is rather harsh.
My sentence? I'm just here for, the night.
Oh, nice.
They want me to cool off, and I'll probably pay a few gold, and I'll be out of here.
What about this guy here?
I don't know. Been passed out since I got here, so probably got way too drunk or drugged up or something. Sleeping it off.
I'm gonna hoof the bunk.
Okay.
Kick it.
You do. The person's just like turns and kind of barely opens their eyes. It's a half orcish gentleman, and he just goes, "What do you want?"
Oh well, hey there, handsome.
Just
what
let
did
me
you do to get
sleep.
yourself in here?
I don't know. I just want to go out to sleep. Leave me alone. Just pretty in the bag of
Mentally.
something.
Are you trying to pick a fight? I've read that in books, but I don't think that actually works.
No, I'm just trying to see what tools we have at our disposal.
This is concerning and also intriguing.
Look at the two people in the cell, and I'm not gonna try to hide that I'm talking about them. It's you get yourself into a situation, and if you don't have anything in your pocket, you start to look at who's around you. People are just tools. Not just tools. People can sometimes be friends, but largely people are just tools, and you can leverage them however you need.
Oh, you're saying this out loud?
Not you. Yeah, I'll just look at the guys. It's not you, buddy. You're fine.
Right.
I'll do a tool. I'll say that out loud.
Yeah, you know what? That's fine. I'm the one gonna get out in the morning with a slap on the wrist. You're the ones who are dragging all your friends into your shitty mess, owing thousands of gold, which I don't even make in God, my entire lifetime, and have to sweep shit in the streets for the next 3 days. So enjoy that, buds. The tool?
Nah, just sounds like that for now.
I'm sure you can make it
It's not
work.
gonna pan out that way.
You seem like a pretty positive gal, so hey, good on you. I wish you luck.
And I don't want to take up more time, so.
Okay. You see there, this guy is eyeing you. But I'll say this, make an insight.
20.
Okay, with a 20, you get the sense that this guy is annoyed with you, but you're gonna be hard pressed to get a rise out of him. He's in here, he's reading him, and just from his mannerisms and just having talked with him for this extensive amount of time, and you're pretty good at reading people. He's been honest. His friend stepped over the line, said something disrespectful, and he was like, fuck no, you're not going to talk about someone I love and care about in that way, and I'm going to deck you. Likely got in trouble for it in a tavern or something like that and got thrown in here, is not going to get a more of a record to try and like attack you or Zavren or anything like that or start trouble. He wants out of here. He has a family to go home to, a person he loves. He just does not want to have any of this. So I'll just say, like, you get that from like the interactions with him. So trying to goad him, probably not going to work.
Oh no, I wasn't trying to goad him. I'm just being an ass.
No, I know. I'm just saying, like, I just want to let you know of like the type of character that you're dealing with is like, he is not a typical criminal. He is seems like an upstanding person. Just got himself into a bad situation, made a bad decision for the reasons he thought were just.
Sounds like us.
Yeah, potentially.
Yeah.
Just he didn't confess. You spend your time, Oriana, Artemis, Nemeron, you get this message. What would you like to do at this point?
5,000, 5000.
Who has the bag of holding? Please tell me it was not one of them.
Oh, do we have it?
I thought you had it.
I
Yeah,
thought,
sounds like
Oh, do I have it? Okay,
yeah,
good.
you
You
have
literally have it in your inventory.
Okay, good.
Yeah, I don't
And
know.
I don't think you
I
ever
thought
gave it. I
Zavren
don't
had
think
it
you
at
ever.
one point, but yeah.
got
No,
like
I think-
8,000 there.
Uh,
Gucci.
gods. We
I love-
finally had a lot of money for things that we really need.
I will say this. I love how you are the one constantly getting name dropped and thrown under the bus. Or under the trolley at this point.
But why did they confess and bring my name into it?
Maybe they're trying to do the insanity plea. I mean, if you're crazy enough to let you off with anything.
They're not going to. If they're crazy, they're going to get locked up even further.
I'm not a trolley. I don't know these things. I'm not from here.
Oh, it's.
Okay. Idea. Maybe.
Okay.
I have ideas now. Great. Okay. I mean, we can raise money by fighting in the arena, right?
Not 5,000 gold. Not in a single afternoon.
I will also tell you this: the rending, from what you've heard, is like one person goes in, the other person doesn't come out.
Okay,
Yeah,
that's right.
Ren is
Yeah, she
explained
told
that.
us.
And aside
And you
from
get the
Rena,
you get the sense that she's going to the arena, like she
Not to fight.
called up not to fight. Yeah,
Yeah,
she wants
fine,
to go
fine.
there, likely to check on Marin.
Okay.
So it sounds like we will need to get there tonight if we're going to get them out tonight. Otherwise, they're going to be transferred to the prison, and who knows if it's going to be as easy getting them out.
Does 5,000 seem steep for trying to break into a library?
They confess to the crime, Nemeron.
I mean, I guess, but 5,000 seems really high. I mean, to be fair, it was a restricted access, but still.
Well, you know, I was convicted of killing a couple of the mage slayers, and I
That's
spoke
fine,
to
though.
the king, and he let me go. So we may be able to speak to Alexandra, or maybe Cade, and we could get some good word in, and at least get it reduced.
I mean, that's what I'm thinking at this point. But
I think
we
that's our
shouldn't
best
have to
idea.
do this
I'm
at
not paying
all.
5,000 gold for their mistake.
I'm not either. This is money that we all earned as a group, and we literally had a meeting already scheduled. They couldn't just wait, and then
What?
they confess because they can't wait. What? They can't wait for us to walk to the prison to see them.
Exactly. Or they could have done it a little bit more sneaky with being invisible, and the alarm could have sounded and nobody would have known why it was going off. It was just a test.
To be fair,
I'm sorry. Is Artemis and Oriana advocating for being sneaky and not confessing? I just want to clarify this.
Sounds like it.
I thought they were smart. You think they
Oriana,
would use all their abilities to make it into that place? And they just went, let me see if I can hit it with a hammer and it will open. And
Well,
nothing
make
else
it
of that,
light up like they're
happened.
like the 4th of July or
I
the
will say
1st of
this.
July for the Canadians.
I will say this. We heard them talking about this. They were literally. Wow, I slurred my words
they
there
were
really
going
badly.
to try to do it right in front of everybody in the middle
This is
of the
Nevari.
day.
I'm not
Navari has
I'm not
great
trying to
sense
throw,
about
I'm not
these
trying to
things.
throw shade on her, but when her hands get itchy, they get itchy.
I understand that, but Navari has also
You
shown
don't
that
if you
she
don't-
is.
Like,
I think this is the medicine for the eczema that Nevari has. She'll then heal from this. She'll learn her lesson.
Okay,
But-
so
I-
exactly what are we doing? Because I need to know. We're standing here again, just arguing.
Rena,
So can
no,
we just decide, please? Can I either go to see Marin, or can you?
I'll go with you to see
just...
Marin.
go see Marin. Go see Marin.
Yeah, it's okay.
Because you guys are kind of annoying right now.
Thank you.
I know. I'm so frustrated, Rena. This. We already had plans,
But they're
That
our
got us in.
friends. We have to help them, don't we?
and we will, but we're not going to
It's
use
just
all of our
money.
money.
It's
Yeah, that's
just
fair.
money.
Money that we could use to.
Who's to
We'll
say
go
we'll
our way
never
if it's
get
not
more
fixable.
money? We found money in places. So why would we not get more money? Plus, if we do good things, we'll get money. So why are you so stressed out about this, really?
I'm stressed out because they're dragging my name into this.
Well, if you just go pay for them, they'll be out and then you don't have to worry. It didn't sound like you were in any trouble. He was just asking you to pay.
Nevari could owe us a favor.
Sure.
Ooh, that's a good idea, actually.
Roller
And
can also
Zavren,
owe
too.
favors. So, you
I
know,
have a
just,
favor of that, actually.
just like, let's help them and then all be together and then we can figure out what else to do for these strings. Or see your caveman.
Who's Kidman?
That caveman, the guy, the
Oh,
one who
Cade.
she's like in love
Caveman.
with.
They're
Big
cool.
forehead.
Just,
Don't say you're not. You went on a date with him, please.
love is a.
I did say you were
I'm not-
betrothed, and I'm
not
sorry.
going to. I just.
Look, are we going to help our friends or not? I really want to help our friends. I think we should help our friends. They would help us. They've saved your lives. So, you know, I think...
Zavren crushed me with the column. That's okay, I forgave him for that. I'm just
I
joking.
mean, I don't think
Eh.
he meant to do that, and I think...
I know.
I ran away that entire fight, so are you going to blame me for that too?
I mean, no, because you didn't actively choose to run away.
But he didn't actively choose to crush you.
He actually chose to pull the column down, though.
But he saved a lot of people by doing it.
Okay,
I
that's
think we
fair.
would have had a lot of trouble because I would have kept running.
That's fair.
All right. Rena, you and Artemis, sorry, you and Nemeron can go see your sister.
Well, are you actually going to help them?
I will do what I can.
I don't like that answer, and you have the money. So how about you give me the money, and I go and get them out? Because that sounds like you're trying to do one of those smarty things, and I don't like those smarty things.
Rena, I am not trying to do smarty things. I promise you.
That sounds
And to-
shady as hell.
And to show you how much I am being serious, I will pull out my violin and I will hand it to her.
Okay. I don't know if I'm the right person to be holding this. I really don't have anywhere to put it, and if I get
I
into a
grab the
fight, it
violin.
might get okay.
I am going to try to get them out without having to go through this. But if we need to go through this, we will.
Okay, but what?
Okay.
What are you? This is not going to take very long to speak with my friend. And you said your meeting with Cademan is in the evening.
Yes, it is later tonight. I will go to the prison right now. I will talk to them. I will see what I can do about getting sort of an extension, on the deadline. And then I will talk to Cade. If I can't get any of that, then we will do what we have to get them out. I promise.
To be fair, we don't know how long we have until they, ship them off into the
That's
underground.
that's why I'm going there first. I will see if we can delay that to much later in the evening so that I can talk to Cade and get this thing solved the way it should be.
So
Okay.
you're putting them on layaway then, is what I'm hearing.
Never mind, I don't care what you want to call it. I
That's
am
fair.
trying to do things the right way.
That's
The
fair.
last time we were here, we did not do things the right way.
Okay. If
Okay.
that is what you want to do. But
Oh,
just
that's-
remember, if they are left longer and longer, you're leaving them to stew. And we already left them to try and break into a library.
I know.
Oriana, I can try and go chat and get the information that you want, and you can go off and meet with Cade, and I can message you or call you with our stones to communicate.
Kate's too busy until later tonight after dinner.
Okay, then we should go now and see if we can get some time.
Okay, we'll leave you to go see them.
Okay.
Bye.
If anything, let us know. Whatever happens.
Don't get locked away too.
These two?
I mean,
Well, no. I rescind my point.
and then they just start walking. She just starts walking away with Nemeron. Artemis and Oriana, where do you go?
We're going to the prison.
Yep.
It's not a prison. It's a
Well, the
county.
jail.
Yeah, it's a county city guard.
Hold
Center.
up, holding cell.
Well, it's like a
Central
police
City
station,
Jail.
basically, but police stations have jails, right? Holding cells, or
Yeah.
they're called jails, and then the actual prison is where you go when you're like convicted, and
Yeah.
it's very different. But yes, you're going to the police station and the jail. Okay, so it takes you a few, because you were walking kind of like the other direction, but you eventually get there. You're getting now later in the afternoon. You're getting like closer to evening time. It's maybe like around 4:30. But you step in and you see the main desk where one of the guards, or one or two of the guards, are sitting, and one of them looks up. So human woman.
Wait. Before we enter, I want to
sorry,
cast
go ahead.
Enhance ability on Oriana and myself for the
Okay.
ability to persuade or coerce.
Okay,
it
so
would
charisma
be
based checks. Got it.
Charisma based checked, yeah, because
Okay.
I assume that's what we're going to be doing.
Yep,
So
you're gonna be
before
doing
we
a lot of
enter, we'll
talking.
have an hour for that. I don't know what's going to happen, but just in case. So
Got
I
it.
think that'd be
Nope.
level 3 spell.
Makes
Go
sense.
ahead.
Okay. You guys step in. You see this woman there, got like sandy brown hair, and she looks up at you and she says, "Hello. How may I help you?"
Hello, my name is Oriana Scarlet. I'm here to see. Do you have a title?
Head detective.
Head detective? Okay. The head detective, Xavier Founds?
Oh, let me see if he is available. I will let him know that you have come to speak with him. Please give me a moment. And she turns to her other companion, and they just look over. And interestingly enough, the other person at the desk is a frog-like creature. You've not seen one before, but sitting there, and he just kind of nods, doesn't really say anything, but continues working away. And are you trying to cast suggestion?
I will later.
Okay. You do that.
Checking something on there.
All right. So she walks off and walks into the back, down a hallway and into another room that you don't see, and eventually comes back and she just says, "He will be with you in a moment." And you wait like maybe a minute or two, and you see this large gentleman that you had seen on the communicator come out to you. He says, "Ah, Miss Scarlet, It is a pleasure to see you. I'm not sure which of the names you might be, good sir. There were a few of them on here.
My name is Artemis Tarragon.
Artemis. Well, it is a pleasure, Artemis. Are you here to extricate your friends from their cell?
I would actually like to have a discussion with you first, if I may.
Okay. I am open to discussion. Would you like to come to my desk and sit down?
Sure, that would be great. Thank you.
Please, follow me. And he walks through the station into that room, to the back, into this closed sort of room, opens the door, sort of like bows and like waves you inside. As you both step in, he points to the two chairs and then goes behind the desk to sit down after he closes the door. And he says, "So, what would you like to speak with me about?"
I would like to ask you for more details on what they said and or did in their time here.
Oh, of course. Please, give me a moment. He like opens the desk, grabs a file, pulls it out, and opens it up and takes the two pieces of paper and places them in front of you. They were not coerced. They simply did as they were asked. We are happy to have clerics come in to present that it is the truth, that they were not coerced in any way to give their confession, that they did so of their own volition, and that there was nothing illegal conducted here.
I can respect that. Thank you for clarifying. When it comes to what happened today, how grave of a crime is this?
I mean, it's pretty black and white. They were caught kind of red-handed after they tripped an alarm in a building, in a restricted section of a library. Maybe if they hadn't confessed so readily and given all of these details of what they were trying to do, and believe me, some of this is a bit fantastical in terms of saving the world and whatnot, although I don't begrudge you your adventuring or whatever it is that you plan to do outside of the city. But they confessed, they were caught, they were escorted off. Perhaps if they had sought legal counsel, we might have come to a more lenient sentence, maybe. But they confessed, and they were seen, and this implicates them pretty heavily.
If you ask my view, and I know I'm not an expert in this field, but these people were looking for education. They didn't do any wrongdoing. They're not seen as evildoers. They harmed no one.
I'm
just
sorry.
wanted to
it's
read
a crime, my friend.
Books.
No, books. You had access to plenty of books. You went to get restricted, not you, sorry, your friends went to get restricted books, locked, behind 2 doors, both locked, and decided to tempt fate? The gods? I don't know. The fate of the world? I don't know their reasoning, but that is not, we do not keep education from your friends. We keep specific materials for specific individuals because it is dangerous, or it should not be in the wrong hands. And quite frankly, I do not know your friends. Maybe they would get access to it. Maybe your saving the world is correct and true. But that is not for me to decide. I am here to hold the law, hold up the law, and make sure people are accountable for it. And you're right, they did not hurt anyone, which is why they're going for community service and a fine for their confession. Believe me, if they had have hurt someone, if there had have been injury or death, we would not likely be having this conversation, and you would have not been asked to pay a fine.
Oriana?
Very good. I think I have a better understanding of what's going on here now.
So, is there something else I can help you with, or would you like to pay for your friend's release, and we can give you the stipulations of their community service over the next few days?
There is actually something I would like to further discuss with you, Detective.
Of course.
These two have been under a lot of stress lately, as everyone has. As we all have. They have developed a sense of urgency and a sense of how to explain. It's not really an ideal I agree with, but that if there is an obstacle in the path to helping as many people as possible, that they should just go straight through the obstacle. If I could set up a meeting with Kate Gorsham, would you be amenable to accepting certain...
Well, if the strength of the Triumvirate comes to my office and wishes to speak with me, I guess I don't have much choice now, do I? But this is how you all work. Our government is just as corrupt as before. Whatever works for you, however you can get around the law. But yes, please, do set up a meeting. He
I
is
understand.
my head of government, so yes, he does control everything within the city and without it. So, if you set up a meeting, I will attend. I will speak with him and have a conversation.
I understand your frustrations, and I do not mean to aggravate them. We are trying to do some good in this world. We are trying to help as many people as possible. They got caught up in all of this and decided to act hastily without thinking things through.
Okay.
We just want...
And I am trying to do good in the world. I am trying to make sure this place is safe. I am trying to make sure people just don't break the law because they feel that they are entitled to. Because they think that they are so important that everything else takes a backseat to them. I understand you have what you want, but what I don't understand is how someone who comes from such a prominent place, who has made such a name for herself, beyond what you have done in this country, that has been expunged. I know you have done good things. That you would have a problem giving a fair chance to our law and being okay with understanding why we have the sentences that we do and why we have taken this stance in this situation. Rather than using name or influence or power to change the situation. But you choose to do what you choose to do, Miss Scarlet. I will await this meeting you wish to set. I understand if that is how you wish to handle this situation, and I am amenable to speaking with the strength, of course. So do please let me know when he would like to see me, or I'm sure he will let me know when he would like to see me. And please, if you need any information from me, my ID, my title, I am happy to give it to you so that you can give it to him.
Well, please hold them here if you can until Cade can talk.
You want me to keep them here?
You can. This is, well, yes.
I will do this for you. Actually, give me a persuasion for that. You have advantage. Very good. He says, I will do this for you. I told you that they would be transferred by tomorrow. If you can get me some information by this evening that you have spoken with Cade and that if you get some kind of missive, that he will be setting up time for me sometime in the near future to speak about this incident, then I will happily hold them here until that occurs. But I need some guarantee that this will occur. I cannot just hold them here indefinitely, as we have other people constantly coming in from other areas of the city. So if
Very
you can
well.
do that for
You'll
me,
hear-
I will
Yes.
happily do that for you.
Thank you. If at all possible, would it be alright if we spoke with them real quick?
Sure. I will take you to them. But I will be there. As will my other
Understandable.
officer. Okay. And he stands up. He collects the papers and puts them in the file, puts them back in his desk, closes the drawer, and stands up and heads waits for you to stand up, opens the door for you, lets you out, closes it, locks it behind him, and then starts walking you towards the holding cells. Eventually, you're taken down a couple of hallways until you come to the holding cells. You again see that other desk at the end with the officer, the guard sitting there. And he walks you up and over to one of the cells where you see you see Nevari and Zavren sitting there, or standing. I'm not sure exactly what you guys are doing, with a couple of other individuals. Please. Friends are here, Nevari, Zavren.
Oh,
Hey!
finally.
What's... Vari, you are like a sister to me. Why?
Oh, that means
Can you
a
just
lot.
tell me why? Can you just tell me why?
There was a door. It was closed. I was told that we needed stuff from behind it.
Right. It would have expedited our acquirement of the artifacts.
But when I told you we already had a meeting to talk with Cade, and that we could talk about getting permission.
Hours wasted. We were just gonna go in, look at some pages, close
Hours
it, put
wasted.
it back. Hours wasted now,
What is
yeah.
this? What is this?
Oh, it's a prison cell.
Yeah.
Sorry, holding cell.
I thought it was a public library, but I guess not.
Nevari, I have the funds. I could get you out right now.
Oh, don't pay them a red cent. This is ridiculous.
Our taxpayer dollars are
No,
going to this.
Nevari, I want you to give me a reason why.
A reason why you should pay or shouldn't pay?
Should.
Should pay?
Yes.
I mean,
Rena wants you out now.
quite frankly, I don't think you should, because I've been in for a lot worse, and it was a lot cheaper, and quite frankly, we have more important things to do, certainly bigger than this little holding cell.
Oriana's like tearing up at this point. Zavren, what about you?
Are we trying to stay in or are we trying to get out? Which one are we doing?
Is that out loud?
Yeah, since he's looking over at Nevari, like, wait, which one do we want?
Oh my god.
Can I just
Oh my
say
God.
they're
Oh
playing?
my God.
They're trying to like advocate for this. Oh my god.
I love this. You guys are my favorite. I love you.
Look, I think we want out, but like 5,000 gold is a lot, right?
That's an arm and leg.
Well, more than half of what we have. And although Rena has a point when she says that money is money, we could always get more of it. Not exactly in a booming economy.
Look, if you go
It's
to your
not that,
meetings,
and it's not that I want the money. It's that I want to know that this isn't going to happen again. We have all this money specifically for these kinds of things. For emergencies, for things that we need to keep ourselves safe. But if we're giving away almost all of it, I need to know that you're not going to do something like this again. I'm still trying to fix my reputation in my home.
look, the best I can do is tell you that I won't do anything deliberately to hurt you, but can I promise you that I'm not going to end up on the other side of cell bars? No.
She does piss a lot of people off. And the money is going back towards the people of the city in a way, if you think about it. So really donating to the city. We're being quite charitable, if you will.
You like the idea of giving? I do think this could be good for the community.
I'd say we're turning a new leaf.
I think Navari's getting more serious now and will look at you, Ori, and say, look, I wish I could promise you more. The best I can do is say that I would never do anything to deliberately hurt you or your reputation if that's what's important to you, but
You understand that this is. The last time we were here, we made choices like this and it got us into trouble. Trouble while I was still under threat of execution. I don't want you to be behind bars. I want you to be with us. You're my friend. You're my sister.
and I hear you, but I can't do what we need to do with my hands tied.
This is one of our finer decisions, absolutely not. Probably on the bottom of the list, but it came from a good
You
place.
realize, even if I hand over the gold right here and now, the both of you are still going to be preoccupied for the next 3 days.
Look, Zav and I aren't going anywhere. And there are bigger things we've got to worry about. If it were up to me, I wouldn't pay a red cent, and I would put my energies into making them, and pointing at the one clerk who's done absolutely nothing wrong, making them realize the bigger picture. Otherwise, we're just going to be fighting the city guard.
No.
To try and get you guys released. I have a meeting with Cade. I will talk things over with him, and if I can't find a solution that gets you out, And I will come back and I will pay. You're no use to anyone in this cell.
You're right. I'll point over to the my jacket on the wall. If we're not out tomorrow, there's a little girl waiting down in the markets, ready to sell us information. That jacket is the most recognizable thing I've got on me, and you've got the best shot of being able to get that information.
Do you want me to just take it now, just in case, or?
Yeah, I'm sorry for the funk. It's been a while since I've watched it.
I will just subconsciously reach over to prestidigitate and then realize probably casting magic in the holding cell area, not a good idea, and just slowly put my hand back down. Very well. I will try to find out if Kate can help us out here. Even if it's just getting you guys out or a reduced payment or something, just...
And look, if she doesn't believe you, say, what would be the, what would be a good saying? Swift hands, fast feet. It's a little ham-handed, but a fellow thief would understand.
Are you really just talking about exchanging information with thieves in front of...
No, I'm talking about exchanging information with little girls. What is your problem?
Mm-hmm.
It's for the artifact, to be fair. It's not.
Oh my goodness, you are the worst at your jobs.
We are pretty bad.
That's... But I have better things to do than run after little girls. You are correct.
I mean, I wouldn't put it past you, but glad you can see the bigger picture.
Mm.
In my
Alright.
things, you should also see amulet in there that should sell for a little bit at least. And my immovable rod that I can't say right now because I am tongue-tied. No thanks to Jawbreak over here.
Detective Hounds,
Yes.
if I gave you half now, could they be out on bail, essentially? I don't want them to have to spend the night here.
We will have to put similar devices that you have on them, but
Understand.
make a persuasion. So he thinks it over.
With advantage, since it's not been an hour?
Yeah. It's with advantage because you've got the enhanceability.
Let's go.
32.
God.
32.
Yeah. So he just says, okay, but they will have to be back here in the morning, ready to perform their duties for their service.
Understood. I will take out 2,500 gold.
Okay.
Bag of holding.
I'll bring the
Alright.
donuts.
He takes you over to the clerk.
Get it because they're cops.
He will take you over to the clerk so that you can get the money sorted.
Yep.
He will they will get a piece of paper to show a receipt that you paid half and that they are agreeing to releasing Nevari and Zavren on good behavior with locators. He goes into a room at the back and eventually comes back a few moments later, and he steps over to you and Zavren, Nevari and Zavren, and he says, please hold out your ankle.
Okay.
He clips the locator device and then presses a button, and it turns on, and then he lets your foot back in, does the same to Zavren, and then takes the key, unlocks the cell, and sort of waves you out of the cell before locking it back behind you once more.
Anklet is anti-magic or just location, or both?
Location.
But my necklace removes
or
both. Or
I still have one on.
Oriana still has one
Oh,
on.
yeah,
It doesn't
okay.
affect her. It doesn't
Magic,
affect
right,
her magic. But
Out of curiosity,
he just
are theirs at the point where it's like they can't leave the city?
they can't leave the
color?
city. Yeah.
Yeah. I figured.
But I have the necklace that prevents people from tracking me.
You don't know how these work.
Okay, good. I just want to put the necklace on and be like, oh,
Keep-
he's off the map.
Keep in mind there is technology.
This you can see that this is not full magic. This is
Okay.
like arcanotech in some way. So it
Sure.
likely, like similar to how your communicators work, probably works in that way. And you've seen vehicles in the city and stuff like that, so you know that they're fairly technological. They're not super technological, but like Agraria or Dash, but they're fairly technological. So you both get those placed on you. They hand over your things. It's all there, all your money, all your items, and everything like that. And then they escort you out of the station. And as they like walk you, as Xavier walks you out the doors, he just says, "Please make sure you are here in the morning. I do not want to have a citywide man or woman hunt for you for simple community service. I believe you can do this. It will not be that bad."
We'll make sure that they're back bright and early, sir. Thank you again.
Appreciate it.
Can't be worse than cutting her foot off.
I hope you do not do that, but it is a choice.
Xavier comes outside with us? Like
No, he doesn't.
outside?
He's like at the doors, like seeing you out of the station.
Like, do I feel my magic?
Oh yeah, your magic is fine once you're out of the doors. And
Do I notice Zavren getting a look on his face?
I mean, no, probably not. I doubt he's like doing this. He's probably in his head. But as he turns and walks back from you guys as you are left to your own devices, standing outside the central city guard station near the library in sort of like the central district of Riverren, with dinner coming up very soon. You're all getting fairly hungry, and this meeting with the strength of the triumvirate, the highest form of government, in just a little bit after that. And that is where we'll end tonight's crazy session.
My gosh.
Um,
I was trying to
is
stay in
going
character
on?
so hard.
You guys are... Thank you so
Taking that
much,
all.
guys, for sticking with us and hanging out. We appreciate you. We hope you enjoyed this zany session that went in all sorts of directions that I was not expecting. But that is DM life. You just have to figure out how to make things work. If you enjoyed the session, please share it with your fellow D&D lovers. The best way to help a stream like ours grow is to spread the word. And remember, folks, it's nice to be important, but it's more important to be nice. Have a great Friday, make good choices, and we hope to see you back here next week. See you later.
Don't break the law.
We're
Have
due.
a good night.